A CE-5 Handbook, Part 2, Nitty-Gritty, How to, Getting Down to Business. Joining with others. Now that you know the ingredients necessary for contact, you're ready to get rolling. You can do CE-5 by yourself or in a group. Group size varies greatly. Most around the world that regularly meet are usually between 1 and 10. We have 30 people on our email list and usually get 7 to 9 people at any one time. If there is a special guest from someone out of town, we might gather 30 or 40. I've attended a CE-5 lecture that resulted in sightings where the group size was about 500, so any number will do. There are a lot of excited people out there who would love to connect with you. Some people feel really isolated and can't wait to meet you and tell you all about how they came to their current worldview. It's wonderful to meet like minds and heart mates in a world as diverse as it is today. People who are skeptical can be wonderful additions. A true scientist is skeptical and open-minded. A real skeptic is skeptical of everything, including his or own lens of reality. He or she embraces the scientific process and is ready to discard old paradigms when appropriate. People you think are right out there in La La Land may make you nuts. Accept that it's a possibility that they might be correct and never discount anyone's perspective or beliefs. Even if you're 99.9% sure they do not have a grasp on ultimate reality, they absolutely have a grasp on theirs. Everyone is entitled to their own reality. If someone has big fears of ET or they're hyper-skeptical, they may have some work to do before you allow them to go on special outings with the group. We have never had someone extremely resistant to CE-5 try to join us. We have found that a negatively inclined person or two attending a CE-5 does not necessarily interfere with the rest of the group having a good experience. People will have individual sightings or sightings intended for just a few. It's important, though, that the rest of the group be vibrationally strong enough to outpower a few negative vibes. The best nights we've had were like parties. As long as you have more life of the party types than party poopers, you'll be okay. As the leader, if you cannot hold your own energy strong in the face of grumpiness or judgment, then you must exclude negatrons until you can effectively ignore lower vibes. Bless these people. Often these people secretly want this phenomenon to be real so badly that they cannot risk opening up. The prospect of being fooled and or having their hopes dashed is terrifying. Try not to exclude anyone if you can. Inclusion helps them and you. If you are very keen to have stellar sightings and a very coherent core group, make it a special outing of invites only so that nobody feels excluded at core monthly meetings. Where to find people? ET Let's Talk. Go to www.etletstalk.com and click Sign Up, Sign In. Click on Members on the left and select Advanced Search. Under Location, type city name and scroll to select Filter. Contact the people in your city to compile contact info. ET Contact Network Map, and that's at www.etcontactnetwork.com. Register to have access to the map. On the map, click on each symbol to collect names and email addresses. Facebook. Search for CE-5 and your city. For example, our group is CE-5 Calgary. Join a worldwide CE-5 group, of which there are several. On these Facebook sites, you can write a post looking for someone in your area. The CE-5 Initiative, CE-5 UFO Sirius, etletstalk.com, CE-5 Universal Global Mission, CE-5 Initiative Working Groups Global. Start your own Facebook group, really easy. We set the privacy of our group to closed so that the general public cannot see what is being posted. Then postings can only be seen by approved group members. Meetup. Create or find a meetup on meetup.com. This is a great way to network. No, it's not a dating site. WhatsApp. CSETI India has a very festive WhatsApp that's ongoing. There's a number in there, 91-987-444-7669. The analog way. Go to your local crystal/New Age shop to talk to people. Put up a poster or leave a flyer. Or see if anyone in the astronomy club is interested. Dr. J. Allen Hynek, astronomer and UFO researcher, found that in an informal study group of his peers, about 10% of astronomers have seen something in the sky that they cannot explain, which they keep to themselves for fear of ridicule. Perhaps you could find some of these folks. Retreats. Going to a retreat at a UFO hotspot catapulted our hometown group experience after our return. Worth a vacation to go and meet new friends, expand your mind, see UFOs, and visit a new location. Locations include places like Mount Shasta in Northern California, Joshua Tree in Southern California, Mount Adams in Washington State, Japan, New Zealand. ET Let's Talk. Go to etletstalk.com and click on events to see if there's anything upcoming, like any retreats, etc. Serious Disclosure. Go to seriousdisclosure.com and sign up for the email list. ESETI. Go to eseti.org to request a private invitation to visit James Gilliland's ESETI Ranch. Lisa Royal Holt. Go to lisaroyal.net. That's LYSSA royal.net/schedule to see upcoming retreats. Annually, there is one in Japan in the summer. Rama. Go to Sixto Paz Wells. That's SIXTOPAZWELLS.com. You will need a basic understanding of Spanish if you go there. Rama in LA. Go to the Mission Rama Facebook page, and that's Mission Rama, RAHMA, Facebook page, or ask by word of mouth in LA. Jean Ange, that's GENEANG.com to see events there. CE-5 Aotearoa. Go to ce5.nz/events to sign up for the email list there. Alternatively, instead of going to an official retreat, get in contact with groups in the area where you are vacationing and join in on one of their upcoming CE-5s. Running a group. This may well be the most exciting time to be alive in all of Earth's history. What role will you choose to play? It doesn't take a lot of time commitment to hold regular monthly meetings. One night equals 3 to 6 hours. Emailing everyone to invite them would maybe be an hour or two a month, including responding to individual emails. Some startup stuff will require a few hours here and there at the onset. Searching for people to join you, choosing equipment, if any, and finding the right chair. Any other time you invest is optional and recreational. Reading books, making time to meditate and more, going on retreats, trying out new equipment, etc. When you are rolling, you can easily keep it to 5 to 8 hours a month. That's just 1% of your awake hours for the month. In our group, we hold monthly meetings throughout the year. Up in Canada, we get some cold winters, so if it's below 10 degrees Celsius, we have potlucks and do indoor meditations to increase group coherency and continue our very important internal growth. I send email invites out a week before events and after an event. I sometimes mail out a report with the save the date notice for the next event. You can choose any date to do a CE-5 event. Most people choose to align their CE-5 nights with one of two worldwide networks. Either Sirius Disclosure, that's at SiriusDisclosure.com, SIRIUS Disclosure.com, and scroll to the bottom to sign up for the newsletter that will send reminders. They are always the first Saturday of every month, easy to remember and plan for. And ET Let's Talk, go to etletstalk.com and go to events to see what dates are coming up, or get on the email list by emailing Costa at Costa, Kosta, at etletstalk.com. These dates are always the Saturday closest to the new moon to benefit from the dark sky. We align our monthly meetings with the ET Let's Talk schedule because we prefer having the sky as dark as possible. Picking a location. CE-5 can be done indoors, in your backyard, at a park nearby, or out in a remote location. We've had internal and external results at all of these locations. People in our city have reported orbs floating out of their backyards, daytime UFOs above traffic, and tricolored light the size of a truck bouncing through city neighborhoods. It doesn't really matter where you do CE-5. When you're ready, they come to you. That said, remote locations do tend to yield more sightings. Benefits also include that it's darker, the sky is stunning, you're surrounded by quiet, nature, and peace, you're further away from flight paths of human craft, and you can be loud when you're hooting and hollering when you see a UFO. I'm sure ET love to see how excited we get. When staking out your location, try to stay clear of power lines, cell towers, or anything that might interfere with your electrical equipment or approaching ET craft. You might also want to check to see if there are any energy ley lines, vortices, or sacred spots in your area. We have no way to know for sure whether or not being at a location like this contributes to a discernible difference in sightings. It may well be that all the energy and excitement in planning and traveling is what creates good outcomes. We are lucky to have a major Becker-Hagen's grid node a few hours away. There are not many on land in North America. On our remote CE-5 there, some very interesting anomalous environmental effects did take place. And as well, we captured many more energetic lights and orbs on camera than we have at any other location. Your first CE-5. So you're going on your own and you've found a group of people. Wonderful. Here's a quick rundown of how it might go. Remember, this is just a guide. If you know what you want to do, do that. Pick a date and time. Create a loose agenda of what you'll be doing during the CE-5 event. Send out your invites and ask for an RSP. Remind everyone to bring seriously warm clothes, sleeping bag, chair, and flashlight. Meditate in the days before the event, 1 to 3 times, either together, remotely, or separately. Set personal and group intentions for the CE-5 during these meditations. On the day of the CE-5, meet up and drive out or meet at the location. When you arrive, arrange your chairs in an inward-facing circle if the sky is clear in all directions. Use a semicircle if there is one area that is overcast or has a mountain or trees in the way. Review the agenda to see if anyone has any requests, additions, or changes. Create this experience together as you go along. This doesn't have to be perfect. Make a clear intention with the group. Do one eyes closed meditation to really get in touch with the one mind consciousness. Continue your agenda and amend as necessary. See the sample agendas section for ideas. Encourage people to speak up if they see or experience something. Often people are shy to say they've seen something because they barely believe they've seen it. Tell people to speak up even if they're not sure. In fact, it may be that someone else saw or experienced the same thing. Then the group can watch that portion of the sky to see if anything else will happen there. Keep in touch with the will of the group and the vibe. Is everyone warm, still engaged, feeling happy? Keep an attitude of thanksgiving for the experience and growth, even if you aren't aware of anything that has happened or didn't see anything. Based on our experiences, we believe that ET is there even if you cannot perceive them, anticipating your growth with excitement. When you close the meeting, remember to ask for visitations in the dream state and also growth and sightings that may happen in the days to come or even on the journey home. After the CE-5, you can send a report back to the larger group and, if you like, upload a report to one or several networking sites like Facebook or ET Let's Talk. We believe that if you faithfully adhere to the 3 key ingredients noted earlier, 1, connection to one mind consciousness, 2, a sincere heart, and 3, clear intention, that you will have a sighting within 6 outings. Pack list: chair or blanket, sleeping bag, meditations. These can be on a phone and speaker, in a book, or you could bring this handbook or make your own up. A flashlight, a laser pointer if permitted by law, and do ensure you read the laser pointer section in this book. Mitts, hats, winter coat, etc. For longer or more remote CE-5s include snacks, water, and toilet paper. Orientation. Getting to know your way around the sky helps us describe to each other where to look. Instead of, hey, there's something over there, and pointing an unseen finger in the dark, we can say, look south of the handle of the Big Dipper, or northeast, 30 degrees up from the horizon. Thank you to our anonymous contributor for this elegant introduction to astronomy. When you reach your field site, orientate your group members to the cardinal compass directions, the basic systems of measurement, and the locations of some constellation stars and planets. So point out north, east, south, west, and zenith, the highest point directly above. Assign a landmark to each if possible. If no landmark exists, use a person in the circle. Estimate the horizontal coordinates of the heavenly bodies using astronomy's system of altitude and azimuth. Altitude measures the sky of an object's apparent elevation or curved height on the celestial sphere, the dome of the sky, relative to the observer, your group. 0 degrees refers to the horizon on a level plane. 90 degrees refers to the zenith. Thus, halfway up from a flat horizon to the sky zenith would be 45 degrees. And a third would be 30 degrees. 2/3 would be 60 degrees, etc. Many people find that their fist held at arm's length can approximate a space of 10 degrees, or the distance from thumb to pinky of outstretched fingers can approximate 20 degrees. Experiment with adding these estimations from horizon to zenith to learn if these can help you, or simply look up the known altitude of objects in a chart or app. Azimuth measures the cardinal directions, northeast, south, and west, on a scale from 0 to 360 degrees. But simply saying the English direction, example north, northeast, should suffice. Estimate the brightness of the heavenly bodies using astronomy's system of apparent magnitude. The magnitude, or brightness of stars, was first catalogued by ancient Greeks on a scale of 1 for the brightest through 6 for the dimmest. In the 19th century, modern astronomers formalized the system on a logarithmic scale, extending the scale below 1 and above 6, and set Vega as its 0 point. Vega being an exceptionally bright star visible in the northern hemisphere for most of the year. The word apparent was added because by that time, it was realized that brightness depends more on a star's distance from the Earth. A separate measurement called absolute magnitude describes the brightness of each star if observed from a standard distance. Examples of apparent magnitude. -4 Venus, -3 Mars, -2 Jupiter, and -1 Sirius. 0 Arcturus, Capella, Procyon, Rigel, Saturn, Vega, and Mercury. 1 Aldebaran, Altair, Antares, Betelgeuse, Deneb, Fomalhaut, Pollux, Regulus, and Spica. 2 Mars and Polaris. 3 the Andromeda Galaxy. 4 Chi Orionis. 5 Mu Cassiopeae, Zybo-Otis, and 6 Mercury. Give a quick tour of the most recognizable constellations, stars, and planets. If you're unfamiliar, consult a chart or app, preferably a night or two beforehand. Consider subscribing to a weekly stargazing podcast, or visit your local planetarium or astronomers club, or www.skymaps.com offers free downloadable star maps every month. They can be easily downloaded and distributed to your contact team. You may be surprised how familiar the patterns of the sky will become. Keeping a log. If you like to keep a log or write a summary during or after the event. Human memory is pretty frail, and you may want to confirm who saw exactly what before your memory fades and/or changes what happened. It's also nice to see trends in sightings as they increase. If time permits, some groups hold a debriefing session immediately following the event or the next day in order to discuss the field work and share what was experienced while everything is still fresh in their heads. It may be a good idea to digitally record the meeting with summary written up later and incorporated into the log. We keep our logs pretty casual. We write down some or all of the following: date, time, who saw what, where it was, and a description of what it was. Sometimes we just log the highlights. If you log every alleged satellite or streaker, you might get tired of that if it's a really active night. Then again, it might be great to count them all up later. If you use paper, you can buy a pilot's pen with a red light on the end, which is handy, unobtrusive light source for use in the dark. That's $5 each from Amazon. Type on your phone. Put a red filter on your phone to preserve night vision. For an iPhone, follow these instructions. www.skyandtelescope.com observing/stargazers corner/red light filter for iPhone. For an Android phone, try the app Twilight. A little digital voice recorder would also do the trick. Olympus makes some small ones that are popular. Equipment. Chair or a blanket and pillow. Bring something to sit on. My favorite chair is a half-height folding beach chair that can recline so you can relax and see lots of the sky. They are lightweight, and you can find models that have backpack straps or zippered compartments for equipment. So handy. Others in our group use zero-gravity chairs, which are even more comfortable and will last an eon, though they are heavy. A regular lawn chair or camping chair also works great, and a blanket also works. Sleeping bag. Sleeping bags are so much warmer than a blanket. Even on the hottest day in summer, the temperature can plummet. Keep in mind that when you're not moving, it's so much colder than what you can normally endure. We love getting so cozy in our sleeping bags that we could fall asleep. Warm clothes. Wear your full winter gear, heavyweight and insulated outerwear such as cruelty-free down coat, snow pants, long johns, and/or leggings, underpants, device-friendly gloves, mitts, a toque, etc. A toque is a Canadian word for a knitted winter hat. A flashlight. It's very handy to have a headlamp. Otherwise, use a flashlight or your iPhone to get around. Using a red light is advisable. Astronomers use red lights during their star parties to preserve the natural night vision. Mosquito repellent. ETs don't seem to have much sway with the mosquitoes, which can ruin a CE-5 if you don't have a sense of humor about it. Remember to bring repellent, natural or otherwise, and you will be okay. Toilet paper for bio breaks during remote CE-5s. Instruments, singing bowls, didgeridoos, bells, chimes, etc. Sacred stuff, crystals, or other personal items of significance. You can place these on a centerpiece table in the middle of the circle. Binoculars. To discern shapes of UFOs, carry a light pair or mount a heavy pair to a tripod. A pair of image stabilizing binoculars are also great to have, but do cost more. Night vision binoculars, goggles, or monoculars. Not a must-have, but on just about everybody's wish list. With these, you can see orbs and other phenomena. A friend of mine using these saw a little winged creature fly up to him, after which he screamed, "I just saw an effing fairy." Decorum often gets lost in the field when one's reality gets blown up. The best ones are military grade, aka Gen 3. Many thousands of dollars. Digital varieties will be more affordable. Pick night vision goggles that are light and consider the convenience of having a pair that can be attached to the head with a band. Many night vision devices have photo/video capabilities. See the upcoming section on night vision video cameras for specific recommendations. Device and speakers to play meditation/crop circle tones and songs. We use our iPhones to play sound files. You can use a dedicated music player. I also have a speaker, the Boom 2, which is fantastic and fantastically expensive, like $300. I would say it's worth getting. It's one of my favorite possessions for meditations, songs, etc. An easy way to get them is to find them on YouTube, copy the URL, then go to a website that does a YouTube to MP3 file conversion, of which there are many. Download the newly created MP3 into your computer library where you can then sync it to your phone. Do not use a laser pointer unless you read these pages very, very carefully. Laser pointers are useful and fun, but they can also be very dangerous. You must be extremely careful. Temporary or permanent eye damage is a real danger. You have 3 options. 1. Assign just 1 or 2 people who are experienced and extremely cautious to using powerful laser pointers. That's over 5 milliwatts. This option is just barely recommended. Even an expert who knows the real dangers of laser pointers can make a mistake. Number 2, allow the use of powerful lasers with proper eyewear for everyone in your group. It may reduce one's ability to see lights and stars in the dark. Often, portable lasers will come packaged with safety glasses, but they will seem too dark. See below. The simplest option is to make it a rule of the group to keep all lasers under 5 milliwatts and forego the glasses. A laser that you know is guaranteed to be 5 milliwatts or less won't cause biological damage. Yes, these laser pointers are on the fainter side. You won't be the biggest hot dogger in the park, but they are more than adequate in dark conditions. Read more about the need for the guarantee. Only buy from sellers that can guarantee the measured optical output. A 2013 study found that 90% of laser pointers are over-spec. Laser pointers can easily be under-spec as well. Cheap laser pointers don't have a stable power supply, so they can't be reliably tested. You also don't want a cheap laser pointer because they may lack an infrared filter, which, without getting too technical and complicated, is more risky to use around reflective surfaces. As for color, go for green, 532 nanometers. This wavelength is best for the dark adapted eye, which appears 35 times brighter than red lasers of the same strength. Never point at a plane or helicopter or anything you think might be a human craft. This is a federal offense. A $100,000 fine and or 5 years in prison up here in Canada. In the USA, you may find yourself with a fine of upwards $250,000 and or a prison sentence of up to 25 years. Of course, you don't want the punishment, but what you really don't want is to blind a pilot. On that note, when pointing out any UFOs with a laser pointer, draw a large circle around it or point to the side of it. Don't point directly at it, even if you're positive it's not a human craft. ET may have eyes too. Maybe. We've never used safety glasses, but if you try them, you need to get glasses that are specific to the color and strength of the laser pointer and made for use at night. This page has a good review of safety glasses for use by aviators as opposed to lab technicians, and it's www.laserpointersafety.com/laserglasses. Options on that page include Laser Guard from Sparian and Flash Fighters. Reputable sellers for laser pointers are Z-Bolt, www.z-bolt.com. Constant on-off green laser pointer. Astronomy green laser. And then there's Laser Glow, which is www.laserglow.com. There's an Answer series there, and they have safety glasses recommended as well. Laser Points, www.laserpoints.com. That's a Sky 5 milliwatt 532 nanometer green laser pointer pen. And Laser Classroom, store.laserclassroom.com, and there's a classroom green laser pointer. That site also sells a cool holographic projector for your cell phone for just $15. Safe usage. Now let's go over how handy it is to use a laser pointer. They're super fun. Show the group the cardinal points of the compass, northeast, southwest. Like astronomers at a star party, use it to point out celestial objects, stars, constellations, planets, and so on. Laser pointers are good for pointing out anomalies in the night sky, such as where a flashbulb just went off, small alleged satellites that are hard to see, etc. In the original CSETI protocol, laser pointers are used to signal the exact location of the group. We are here. To do this, paint an intelligent pattern in the night sky, like a triangle, circle, or infinity symbol. You can also flash the laser pointer once for each word. We are here. Do this at the start of the field work and again every so often. Showing your location to ET is fun, but unnecessary. They know where you are. You can signal to a UFO that you're certain is not terrestrial. Signal to the side to be safe. Use a coherent, simple pattern. Example, 3 short pulses. If you receive a return signal, signal back. Congratulations, you've just achieved a lock-on with a ship. You can then point out that landing spot that you have pre-selected where you would like a craft to land, should you be so lucky. Tip. Laser pointers that run on skinny AAA batteries can get chilled. Warm the laser pointer in your hand to improve performance. Apps. There are a number of useful phone apps for iOS and Android, which can readily benefit your contact work. Among other things, some apps can help rule out human craft/stuff in the sky. If you can, try to find apps that don't require an internet connection to run, and then have everyone switch their phones to airplane mode while in the field, so that if any electronic devices are used, more on those below, there will be less chance of electromagnetic interference. There are lots of versions of apps of each category below. As technology evolves, apps come and go, but we'll do our best to recommend a few to get you started. If you find something better, let us know. Most seem to have the ability to let you test drive it to see if you like it before you buy it. Although many are free, you may need to pay a little money for some sophisticated app or pay to upgrade. Check the reviews. Satellite tracker. Find a satellite tracker app that displays the name of the satellite in real time when you point to it, making identification easy. Some satellite apps connect to a database, so you may need internet access while in the field. Some don't. Keep in mind that military or spy satellite probably don't show up. Check out Sky Safari 5, Sky Guide AR, or Stellarium Mobile. Plane Tracker. These apps show what registered planes are flying near you, along with their flight path, origin, destination, aircraft type, and altitude, etc. But for obvious security reasons, it won't track military craft, so you won't see any spy planes, jet fighters, or Air Force One. Check out Flight Radar 24, Plane Finder-Flight Tracker, and Planes Live. Iridium Flare Tracker. Historically fun, now defunct. Iridium flares are now sadly a thing of the past. The first generation of these satellites, first launched in 1997, had mirror-like door-sized antennae that were angled perfectly to flash brilliantly in the night sky when the sun momentarily reflected off them. The second generation, called Iridium Next, have new geometry in their design and are not expected to flare. You might still see a small flare. However, the satellites are not being as tightly controlled as previously, and so calculations will not be made to pinpoint timing. The new set has now been fully deployed, so if you already have this app, you may delete it until further notice. Constellation app. Get to know your constellations, planets, and stars. Some apps additionally show where the Hubble telescope and the International Space Station are. Did you know that the ISS, the International Space Station, is a research lab that has anywhere from 3 to 10 humans from various countries in it at any one time? Astronauts, cosmonauts, and space tourists from 17 different nations have visited it. It has been occupied continuously since November 2000. Check out Skyview Free, SkyMap, Skywalk 2, Night Sky, Night Sky Light, Stellarium Mobile, SkyGuide AR, and Sky Rover. Light Pollution Map. This is great for helping you locate a dark field site relatively free of light pollution. We all want to see more of the Milky Way, right? Check out Light Pollution Map, Dark Sky Finder, Dark Sky Map, and Scope Nights. Weather forecast / sky conditions. Reliable weather forecast for astronomers with an emphasis on cloud cover. Check out Weather Underground, Clear Outside, Astro Panel, and Scope Nights. Digital sound recording app. For recording your fieldwork, meetings, or just for dictating notes, check out Smart Recorder and iTalk Recorder. ET Contact Tool. Made by CSETI, this app has meditations, crop circle tones, a magnetometer, a compass, and instructions for how to use the app and do fieldwork in general. ESP Trainer. NASA and the Stanford Research Institute developed this app. Its purpose is to enhance your psychic abilities. In a year-long NASA program, 145 subjects improved their scores, with 4 people improving their scores at 100-to-1 level or better. If you find yourself frequently scoring 12 or more, write to the developer. And that's www.dojosci.com/contact Russell. I'm sure that's probably Russell Targ's name in there. Devices to receive communication with. Our group is not very technical. Most of the information below comes from our tech-savvy mentor, Deb Warren from Vernon, BC, who has been doing CE-5 for many years. Many people doing CE-5 use a variety of gadgets to hear from ET. What you do with these contraptions is turn one on, maybe adjust some settings, and then wait for it to make a sound or beep or do whatever it does. These devices cannot go off by themselves. They must have some external input for them to respond. Wrap your mind around that. There's nothing out in a remote setting that can set these devices off. Ask a PhD electromagnetic science expert. When running equipment, turn off your cell phones and turn off any nearby television sets. Device activity will sometimes correspond with sightings. Decoding ET transmissions. 1 beep equals no or silence for Geiger counter. Beep beep equals yes. Beep beep beep, we are here. EMF meter. An EMF meter or magnetometer detects fields emitted by electrically charged objects. In conventional life, EMF meters are used to diagnose problems with electrical wiring, power lines, and electrical shielding effectiveness. So if you're in the middle of nowhere and one goes off, that's weird. The Trifield 100XE meter from Alpha Lab Inc. That was the standard for many CE-5 groups. Alpha Lab now has a new model, the TF2. That's at www.trifield.com/product/trifield-EMF-meter. The new model beeps instead of sings. If you prefer the analog sound and you are searching for an old model, be sure to confirm with the seller that what you are buying comes with sound. A meter with sound has a squelch knob on the right-hand side. If you're lucky, you might find one with a red light as well, which is handy to see in the dark when there's a reading. The new one does not come with an option for the red light. If you think this would be improvement to the device, say so when you're ordering, as the manufacturer is very responsive and have already improved the sound levels for the TF2 since first production. Set the old model to magnetic setting 0 to 3 range, and the new one to weighted magnetic. It does pick up on human magnetic fields, so be sure you have it set low enough that it is not picking up people nearby. Set it low enough that you can put your hand near it, it will make a sound, then keep away from it. After that, it makes a sound without someone reaching to grab it. There's an anomalous magnetic field change. You can test your device by setting it on a quiet setting and approaching an electronic device like an outlet, a TV, or a microwave. Portable radar detector. Any car radar detector would be adequate. When ET is sending a transmission, it makes a very different and distinct sound than if it's in regular operation while you're speeding down the highway. Set them to either highway, more sensitive, or city, less sensitive. If you have more than two, do some testing in advance to make sure they don't affect each other. In the field, don't aim their lenses toward each other as it may generate a false positive. There's a couple websites here, www.escortradar.com and radarsource.com. Gamma Scout Geiger Counter. Good for picking up radioactive radiation and may detect unseen extraterrestrial craft or traces of a landing. ET may also use it as a communication tool. It will chirp randomly while it's operating, but will double up to 2 chirps to say yes or go silent if the answer is no. The rechargeable version only needs charging once in 3 years, and that's at gammascout.com. Portable lightning detector. A storm tracker is normally used for detecting lightning strikes up to 50 miles away. If the device suddenly detects a lightning strike, it may actually mean that an ET craft has suddenly appeared by emitting a powerful electrical discharge. At an April 2012 training in Marcos Island, Florida, Deb Warren had the experience of seeing soundless ball lightning a few miles away, with the storm tracker not going off at all. Then, the next night, there was a lightning storm that started 25 miles away, approaching them to within 1 mile, with the storm tracker beeping at every bolt of lightning. The ETs were interfering with something the first night and for the sake of comparison allowed a real storm to pass the following night. To buy, that's at www.ambientweather.com. Digital outdoor thermometer. This monitors the air temperature and humidity during field work. If the air temperature suddenly spikes, it may indicate that an ET ship is hovering directly overhead. Even cooler, the group may be inside a dematerialized craft, available pretty much anywhere. And a compass. A simple compass can be used. When affected, it will shift to point due south instead of north. Devices to record sightings. Do you know why most footage of UFOs is fuzzy, blurry, shaky, incomplete, etc.? Because it is so damn hard to get footage of a UFO, that's why. It's the middle of the night, you can't see anything, your gloves are on, you forgot which button does which, you can't even find the UFO in your viewfinder. When you do find it, you're not good at tracking it because you're so excited or because your camera is so zoomed in that it's like looking through a microscope at a lightning-fast amoeba. As soon as the UFO goes out of frame, because you're shaking the camera or getting lost trying to keep one real eye on it so that you can participate in the sighting too, you have to find it again. I've personally given up on getting footage and trying to lead a group at the same time. It's too complicated. If you get as befuddled as me, delegate another person to have it, or have a co-leader or group dynamic that allows you time to fiddle with equipment. Night vision video camera. There's the Luna LN-DM50-HRSD. We have this one. It's handy to have the night vision and video recorder all in one device, but it's very zoomed in, so only a teensy fraction of the sky gets recorded. Using it is like shining a flashlight into one of your eyes, so adjusting back and forth between Skywatch and documentation is somewhat challenging. Then there's the Bushnell Equinox Z, a night vision monocular with photo/video capabilities. It eats through batteries, but with an external battery like the Lime Fuel Blast L60X, it lasts for hours and hours. Digiforce X970. This is the latest offering from the manufacturer Pulsar. Photo/video capabilities. It includes range-finding reticles. We don't know what that means, but it sounds good. The iGen 20/20. You might consider this camera for a wider field of view. While lower in sensitivity to the X970, the iGen lens is threaded, so that one can mount a telephoto or wide-angle adapter lenses to it. We've heard some good reviews about the Ranger RT and about the Yukon Ranger Pro, though it's discontinued. If you can't find one at the pawn shop, research the other night vision goggles in the Ranger series by Yukon Optics. Infrared camera. You can get a cheap Bell & Howell infrared camera from Amazon or eBay. Works well. Search terms Bell Howell IR night vision camera. Traditional camera. You can use your regular camera to capture photos or videos of UFOs. For best results, use a camera with a high ISO. I once took several photos of the sky trying to figure out if one of the stars I was watching was moving in circles on me. I never figured out if I was imagining that or not, because after I got the photos downloaded to my computer, I was much more interested in the bright red and white UFO that magically appeared in the frame. I was using my point and shoot, a Sony RX100 III, the max ISO of 128,000. Our CE-5 mentor Deb Warren has good results with her Canon D5 Mark II, ISO 25,000. To see a sample of her photos, Google Seaseti Joshua Tree Jewel Light Craft. Then there's the famous Vero Beach twin ship sighting that was shot with a Sony A7S. This line of cameras has a remarkable low light capabilities, ISO 100,000 to 400,000. Camera specific to capturing orbs. If taking pics of orb activity is your thing, order digital cameras that don't have the hot mirror technology. Infrared filters work best. Use a flash. In the book The Orb Project, the researchers used a Pentax Optio 330 and a Nikon Coopix 8800. Someone in our group uses the Canon PowerShot SD 1100 IS with good success. And for tips on taking photos of orbs, visit orbwhisperer.com. Infrared light. A simple infrared light used at night helps you see orbs better when you're using your night vision goggles or your camera, or your regular camera or video recorder. How to capture phenomena in pictures. Some phenomena will appear in photos that you can't see when you're taking the photo. Any camera will do this. Instructions. Make an intent to capture non-physical phenomena and or ET. Dusk is an especially good time to do this. Meditate, focus on communicating, feel the energy flowing. Then take random photos of an area and sky. If indoors, try taking pictures of a dimly lit room with a flash. Aim for areas such as corners as well as backgrounds that are not white, as they will be easier when reviewing. Reputedly, a particular camera will get calibrated by your intent and will capture more phenomena the more you use it for this purpose. And then in the book, it shows some photos here by people taken in our group and several contributors to this handbook. Internal communication. Because this experience is more about growth than about sightings, expect that you will have more internal experiences than external ones, especially in the beginning. This will begin occurring not just during CE-5, but also during your dream state, meditation, and during your daily life. You'll know you're expanding when you feel better and better. The way you give and receive love will be unconditional, dependent only on your beliefs/state, and not on others' circumstances beyond your control. This section is notably shorter than the external communications portion. Internal experiences are intimate, unique to each person, and usually impossible to fully convey. So here we keep it short and sweet and invite you to go within. Very basically, internal communication and interaction will come through your 5 senses. If you are new to your latent psychic ability, then you will need some practice to start consciously being aware of these experiences. Clairvoyance, seeing a vision, symbol, auras, energy, lights, etc. It may be in your mind's eye or it may seem utterly real. Clairaudience, hearing a voice, noise, sound, music, etc. This may include ringing in the ears. It may be a word, a sentence, or a downloaded package that you translate out. It may be like your thoughts, a voice in your head, or an out-and-out voice or sound. Clairsentience, feeling something in, on, near the body. Sensations, energy, touch, emotions, vibe, presence, etc. Once again, may be subtle or concretely felt. Clairscent, smelling something or others that can't perceive. Clairgustance is tasting something that others can't perceive. You may have several forms of psychic communication happen at the same time. You might have a full-on interaction with a being. This may happen more easily in an alpha or theta brainwave state, in meditation, in your dreams, or in the state between sleeping and waking. You may have an experience that feels fully physical and real, and then realize it's not when someone else cannot perceive it. Synchronicities may amp up. You may have body sensations indicative of energy downloads or upgrades or healings. Practice your psychic abilities. When the phone rings, guess who it is? When you have a choice to make in your life, ask for guidance and go with your intuition. Get the ESP Trainer app. Learn more about lucid dreaming and invite an experience/ET to meet you there. Specific communications. Energy download. In the field, you may suddenly start to feel waves of energy flow up or down your body, which slowly intensify. Meanwhile, you may feel a tingling sensation in your fingertips and feet and/or muscle spasms in your torso. You may also feel slightly nauseous and have shortness of breath. All of these signs may indicate that you're experiencing some type of energetic download. If this happens, ground yourself. Give the energy a place to go. Plant your feet firmly on the ground, ideally with your shoes off. Or you can hold hands with other group members. Alternatively, you can hold on to a large crystal if you have one, or hug a big tree. Try to take deep breaths and stay calm and relaxed. It may feel unsettling and unpleasant, but accept this energy as a special gift. It may mean that you're receiving an energetic tune-up, a DNA upgrade, a chakra clearing, or a special healing. It may also mean that your body is being used as a conduit to dispense high-dimensional and healing energy into the earth. Whatever it is, you will enjoy a clear sense of energetic openness, awakening, and elation within a day or two. Some people have reported how this unique experience has permanently altered their life in a profound and positive way. Merging. While in a relaxed, high vibrational state, you may feel suddenly warm, fuzzy, tingling, or blissful internal sensations that slowly develop, move, and flow through the body. This may indicate that you're experiencing a merging, that is, a dematerialized being is interacting with your bioelectric field. It's a safe way for a being to confirm its presence to you on an energetic level. It's your decision, though, by way of intention, to welcome and sustain this interaction or break it off. The choice is yours. The entity may also be expressing curiosity and choosing to explore, study, or connect with your physical and subtle energy bodies. There may also be a healing involved. For many, this connection is a unique gift. Is it my imagination or a real psychic experience? The answer is not as important as what your experience is. It holds personal meaning either way. However, as you get practiced, you will know the difference. When you become a really clear channel, it will be obvious to you when communication is inserted into your experience. If you are on a CE-5, don't be embarrassed. Go ahead and share your experience with the group, whether you know the origin or not. In science, you have to be fearless. You can give them the caveat that you don't know. Your experience may be important to someone else in the group. External communication. Alleged satellites. All satellites are called alleged, in quotes, to indicate that we don't really know what it is unless proven. Satellites travel across the sky at a slow pace and may sometimes flare as the sun reflects off equipment such as solar panels. NOS, or NOS-like satellites, Naval Ocean Surveillance System satellites, come in pairs or triplets. Discerning the veracity of satellites is a fun endeavor. Here are some points in the debate. Don't waste too much time on it or get too serious about it, since truly undeniable sightings are in your future. Satellites range in size from a cantaloupe to a large pickup truck, and orbit distance from Earth ranges from 180 kilometers to 35,000 kilometers. What sizes of satellites can actually be seen with the naked eye? The International Space Station, the ISS, is the size of a football field and only 400 kilometers up. That is visible. Not actually a satellite. It's a science lab with 3 to 10 astronauts residing inside at any one time. Cool, huh? An iridium satellite is the size of a truck, 780 kilometers up, and is barely visible. The first generation of these satellites used to produce a very visible flare. Sadly, the second generation, now fully developed, are not expected to flare. Movement. Most satellites move in one direction, with the Earth's rotation going west to east. Military ones move perpendicular to this, north and south, or south to north. There aren't many satellites that go east to west because it's more expensive to launch them in retrograde orbit. One way to find out for sure if a satellite is alleged or not is to ask it to power up or change direction. Gather your minds and hearts and ask for it. Groups have been answered. Some alleged satellites wink or twinkle brilliantly. It could be a satellite that is tumbling through space, reflecting the sun off a shiny part, or not. On some nights we see so many alleged satellites. On some nights we see barely anything at all. We could try to dig into this more with a satellite app, but then again, there's space junk. We gave up on this one and let the handle alleged satellites speak for itself. Alleged meteors, aka streakers. These are also called alleged because they can't be proven one way or another. The most anomalous part about streakers is the high number of streakers that can occur on a CE-5 night. And sure, it's not a meteor shower night if you make this claim. There are so many variants of streakers: size, speed, color, distance traveled. On a retreat at Mount Shasta, we saw streakers that went across the whole breadth of the sky in a split second. Large, thick, orange and green streakers. Streakers that had a wobble, and a streaker that was one shape that separated into two shapes at the front end. Streakers often appear at asynchronous times. For example, when we were saying thank you at closing, or when ET wants to highlight something someone says that they agree with. Alleged stars. Alleged stars will move in the opposite direction of all the rest of the stars. You'll need a reference point like a tree to figure this out. They sometimes blink on and off or twinkle different colors. Keep in mind that the stars near the horizon do also twinkle due to refraction. Flashbulbs. A flashbulb is a quick flash of light that looks like someone up there took a photo of you with the camera flash on. It's quick. Whoever sees the first flashbulb tells the group where the flash was, and everybody focuses on that spot. Very often, there are more to come. Sometimes the flashbulbs stay in one place. Sometimes they keep moving. Sometimes erratically. Sometimes rhythmically. Sometimes zigzagging. Sometimes on course. We have twice seen a series of flashbulbs over 50 times. Too many to accurately count. The first time, people got bored after counting more than 45 flashes and then went back to telling UFO stories while I was hollering 48, 49, 50. I love my group. Power-ups. A power-up starts out as an alleged satellite, low flyer, star, or what looks like a plane. Then the light brightens, or a large bright orb flashes or powers up around it. A great example of a power-up is on Deb Warren's YouTube channel, and she puts a link here. When watching footage, keep in mind that the night vision devices augment what little light is available, so the magnitude of a power-up is exaggerated compared to what we would see with the naked eye. Low flyer. These are exciting sightings. Much brighter than anything else up there. These lights seem to be lower in the atmosphere. The ones we see travel across the whole sky, slowing to almost stop at the edge. And they're silent. Orbs. What are orbs? You've probably seen these spheres of light in photographs. The conventional explanation is that they are light reflecting off of dust particles. However, it is odd that they can move against the wind, speed up, slow down, make turns, and seem to attend playfully to high-energy situations. They may be moving or stationary and come in all colors and sizes, from the teensy to the gigantic. Some people can see them with the naked eye. Most people see them with night vision goggles. ESETI is a great place to peek through the multi-$1,000 night vision goggles which James graciously passes around. Other digital cameras, without IR filters, can be used to capture orb phenomena, either indoors or outdoors. Use a flash, but take care not to blind anyone in your group. You can also use a simple infrared light to make it easier to see orbs with goggles, or when documenting digitally. Individually or as a group, you can also invite orbs for a picture. You may be surprised by how many show up for a photo op. Probes. Little lights that come in close to the group. They may even show up inside the contact circle. They may also appear as small sparkling lights. They may be intelligent. They may be collecting information. They may be just saying hi. Distorted sky. A spot in the sky that looks like heat waves are moving through it, or a spot that is shimmering, that may have colors or be darker. Ruling out human machines. Planes and helicopters have navigation and strobe lights. They fly low, have limited speeds and maneuverability, and they make sound. Drones may or may not have a light. They emit a noise if you're close enough to hear it, have limited speed and abilities, and are not allowed to fly very high. The last point may be irrelevant. People may fly them high regardless of laws. The real deal. ET ships are military spacecraft, aka alien reproduction vehicles, or ARVs. The military is hiding their own spaceship fleet, reverse engineered from crashed UFOs. One of my friends married an above top secret military specialist who saw one of these spacecraft at Area 51. He recommends doing a 1,000,000-man march to the base to demand that we see what they are covering up, if anyone wants to organize that. Can we tell the difference between an ARV and an ET ship in the skies? Probably not. We assume that the military isn't responding to our telepathic requests. Both ARVs and ET ships can make a right-angle turn, reverse, or stop and move again in ways that planes, drones, or helicopters cannot. They can make power-ups, don't have strobes, and they have incredible speeds. Our undeniable group sightings. At Mount Shasta at a retreat held by Costa, a few of us saw about 10 lights in 2 perfect formations, tracking each other silently across the horizon. We've also seen a bright light move, stop, and zip away. Another time we saw a light flying so low that it illuminated a cloud, which then almost slowed to a stop. We also considered flashbulbs to be confirmed sightings. Let it go. Don't get too caught up in figuring out if a UFO can be debunked, or if it is of an unknown or interstellar origin. If the evidence is not that compelling, why argue about it? Accept that it might be a craft or save your energy for undeniable experiences. CE-5 Facebook groups always attract a few ugly trolls. If you're the type of person who is mean to others, if their discernment is questionable, you won't get any sightings. That's because meanness is a low vibration, and if you have a low vibration, you won't be able to access sightings very easily. Please, don't be a bully. Why are we seeing lights and not cool physical craft like saucers and triangular-shaped craft? Sightings of up-close UFOs have declined in recent years. Ask people for their childhood or long-ago UFO experiences and you will hear amazing stories such as the ones in our group. A dodecahedron-shaped craft with the top rotating counter to its base. Vast black triangles covering huge portions of the sky. A metal ship in the fog almost close enough to touch. Old UFO sightings were rad. Why mostly distant lights now? It may be a safety issue. ET may not be able to get too close because airspace, especially North American airspace, is extremely tight. I guess the military will shoot them down if they see them. Nice. It is possible that from a safety perspective, many of the ships interacting with our groups may not be piloted by organic beings from far-flung corners of the galaxy, but programmed or operated remotely using advanced AI technology. Meeting a being. To date, we have not had any direct interaction with beings during a CE-5 event, but one in our group has met face-to-face with a being in his home. I also have a friend in my neighborhood who is a native shaman who stood face-to-face with a being on one of her visits to a sacred site in the tropics with several witnesses. When my friend saw the being, tears started streaming down her face. The being gently backed away, slipping back into the jungle. It would be an intense experience for many reasons, perhaps among them deep relief, overwhelming feelings of love, and/or a yearning for reunification with galactic families that we have been estranged from for too long. The majority of us are not ready, or nearly as ready as a shaman, to meet a being. We naturally fear the unknown or the different, and on top of that, we have been programmed by the media to expect extraterrestrials to be hostile or evil. Preparing the group for face-to-face interactions is a good exercise to do. Get really relaxed and into a focused state and walk everyone through a visualization where each person meets a being. See the meditations in the back of this book for an example. Another good exercise is to visualize running into an ET as you go about your daily life. Imagine an ET around every corner, up and down the stairs, at a coffee shop, stuck in a traffic jam, in the car ahead of you, etc. You can even adorn the walls of your home with pictures of ETs. By doing this, you're basically preparing the mind to mentally and emotionally accept, without fear or anxiety, a physical encounter with an ET being. Your belief system is also pre-programmed or reprogrammed to recognize that these little meetings are actually natural, normal, and prosaic. This strategy will help to release those deep, unconscious beliefs that meeting a real-life ET is impossible. On a CE-5 or in your daily life, you may notice some phenomena gently leading up to a meeting of a being. Hearing shuffling feet, feeling a gentle touch on your third eye or somewhere on your body, or hearing breathing. Beings may appear in non-physical, interdimensional forms such as sparkly lights, orbs, energy shapes, dark or fuzzy shapes, or they can be fully physical in nature. It is reported that a deep sense of love is usually present during these interactions, whether telepathic communication is present or not. Other phenomena other than sightings. Temperature changes. Your body or the environment may warm or cool many degrees. Pressure changes, most often felt in the ears. This may indicate an ET ship overhead. Weather changes, such as a decrease or increase in the wind. Body shaking or vibrations. Body aches or uncontrollable restless agitation. Hair on the body standing up. Sounds, buzzing, clicking, humming, animals responding to the presence of humans and ET. Feelings of love so strong, people are moved to tears. Electronics/lights spontaneously turning on or off. Songs playing on devices by themselves. Clouds, shapes, colors, anomalous moving/colored clouds. Tips. Encourage people to share sightings and phenomena when they happen. People are often shy and don't want to disturb the group. Reassure people it's beneficial to the whole group if they share. But if you feel like someone is too nervous, give the option to not share. It's not an obligation. Often people won't believe their own eyes. Continually ask people if they've seen something that they aren't sure is real or not. Let people share even during meditation. You'll get the feel for when you say cool and keep going with the meditation, or if you stop the meditation to watch for more developments. Don't miss conventional night sky phenomena. Constellations, stars, planets, International Space Station, Hubble Telescope, Northern Lights. Milky Way. Go deep into the wild and see the gorgeous Milky Way. Atmospheric refraction. Stars on the edge of the horizon, seen through layers of the Earth's turbulent air, seem to twinkle. Watch this video to see interesting effects of refraction on the sun and stars. Why are some UFO sightings so questionable? Why would they not be super obvious? What's with this alleged BS? We believe the entry-level sightings are meant to be hard to discern. It's very accessible to us. Most of us have an ingrained fear of aliens. Seeing something and wondering if it's possibly human-made, possibly natural phenomena, or possibly a UFO is not so scary. Entry-level sightings also serve another purpose, too. It is a bridge for belief. Was that possible, what I thought that was? Could I believe that it could be a UFO? It helps you go out on a limb and gently opens you up to this whole thing. It also weeds out the people who aren't ready. They easily dismiss it and never give it a second thought. So a large group of diverse people can all see the same thing and have very different interpretations. Life is all about having different experiences and creating the reality that we choose to create. Entry-level sightings allow each to their own. Why do some people get to see something and I don't? It is often that people will be looking at the exact same spot in the sky, and one person will see a very bright flashbulb repeatedly going off, and the next person right next to them can't see a damn thing. Or you decide to leave the CE-5 and a few people who decide to hang back see something right after you leave. Super annoying. That's just the way it is. Maybe you're not ready. Maybe it's just not the right time for you. Or maybe you blinked. Think about how a dog can hear things that we cannot. It's the same with sight. Our physical eyes can only see a very teensy range. Estimate is 0.0035% of what exists in the electromagnetic spectrum. In the context of UFOs, the reality ETs originate from and normally exist in is different than ours, and most of us can't see that high up on the vibrational scale. So they have to adjust down or rise up. You can widen your range, as many have. With intention and growth, you will see things that previously you couldn't see. I used to be jealous of someone in our group who regularly saw lights and orbs around him. Now I see sparkles and little flashbulbs around me regularly. In time, you'll get there too. Try to be excited for those who you're envious of when they see something you want to see too. Did I just imagine that? Maybe, maybe not. Worth it to report to the group. But maybe it was a trick of the eye. Maybe, maybe not. Still worth it to report to the group. And here's a note to the leader. You really need to get your directional voice practiced. I've seen things and been talking out loud to myself, thinking we were all having a group experience, and later found out that no one was listening to me, and therefore most people in the group missed the sighting of the night. Be commanding and direct questions and get answers. Look right there. Who saw that? Keep your eyes on this light. There's something different about it. As you get practice, you'll have a sense of what's worth having more attention called to it. Meditations. Meditating has many scientifically validated benefits. Relaxing and calming, decreases stress, anxiety, depression, pain, insomnia, increases ability to think more clearly and quickly, thickens the cerebral cortex of the brain, improving memory and concentration, increases the ability to sense, strengthens telomeres in DNA responsible for longevity. It creates new neurons, up to 30,000 per month, an enormous amount of brain power. Increases brain volume. Brains normally shrink with age. And it shrinks the amygdala, the fight or flight part of the brain. Wow. Meditating and CE-5. Meditating helps you connect to one mind consciousness. When you become empty or connect to everything, whichever way you want to think about it, you are in a pure state of consciousness that is unbounded by time or space. As such, communication to anyone at any time and space is possible. Moreover, meditation serves as a tool to clear the channel and tame the monkey mind so that random thoughts don't interfere with or distort outbound or inbound messages. So the more you meditate, the better you can telepathically communicate with our star friends. During a CE-5, we recommend doing at least one eyes closed meditation to really focus internally and get into one mind consciousness. Reading from this chapter. This chapter has several examples of meditations and group exercises from contributors all over the world. You can take this handbook into the field and read aloud to your group. Playing recorded meditations. You can play recorded meditations for everyone on a device. This way you can join in too. There are meditations on the ET Contact Tool app, and you can convert any YouTube video online into an MP3 by searching for a converter in Google like ytmp3.com. Channeling as a group. One member of our group was lucky enough to go on an energy activation trip to Egypt with Sixto Paswells. He asked Sixto for CE-5 advice. Sixto says that it's imperative to learn to channel ET communication as a group. To do this, he suggested meditating together with the intention of receiving messages. Then, after the meditation, share your experiences with each other. If someone gets a message that is clear and direct, that could be communication. When several people receive the same information, you will know you have a corroborated message. The messages are always positive and never a warning or about a catastrophe. Your meditations. Before looking at the sample meditations in this section, consider that the best meditation is one from your own heart. Making up your own meditation is easy. You can write it down ahead of time or make it up on the fly with the group. because there are lots of pauses during meditation for breathing and cultivating a nice chilled out vibe. There's lots of time to think about what to say next. If it's not so smooth or you mess up, you can all laugh, which also helps create the right atmosphere. How to meditate. Meditation is simple. It is focus. You can focus on music, sound, intention, emptiness, connection to all, mantras, breathing, a feeling like appreciation, a part of the body like your heart center, the blue light essence of yourself in front of your third eye, inhaling pranic energy and exhaling it to your body. Start with 5 minutes every day, once a day for a month. Then move up to 5 minutes twice a day. Increase to about 15 minutes twice a day. And on busy days, try to stick to the habit. Sit down even if it's just for 5 minutes. 5 minutes a day is better than 20 minutes once a week. Don't be discouraged if you don't feel a change or effect right away. It takes time to get used to. Try binaural beats in the theta range to help your brain relax into meditation. You might try something similar to meditation, like coloring, walking, playing music, or going for a drive. If meditation just isn't your thing, that's okay too. Although beneficial, it's not essential. Here's a quote. There is far more evidence that group meditation can turn off war like a light switch than there is evidence that aspirin reduces headache pain. And that's from John Hegelen. The group advantage. One of the reasons CE-5 works so well is because of the phenomena of group meditation. There are several studies that show that when we meditate as a group, we are very powerful. Group meditation, aka the Maharishi effect, has been shown to lower crime, suicides, and deaths in surrounding areas between 13% to 82% with an average of plus 70% during the sessions. Dr. John Hegelen is a quantum physicist and president of the Maharishi University of Management in Fairfield, Iowa. He says, more than 50 demonstration projects and 23 studies published in leading peer-reviewed journals have shown that this new consciousness-based approach to world peace neutralizes the ethnic, political, and religious tensions in society that give rise to crime, violence, terrorism, and war. The approach has been tested on the local, state, national, and international levels, and it has worked every time, resulting in highly significant drops in negative social trends and improvements in positive trends. Large groups of peace-creating experts practicing these technologies of consciousness together dive deep within themselves to the most fundamental level of mind and matter, which physics calls the unified field. From that level of life, they create a tidal wave of harmony and coherence that can permanently alter society for the better, as the research confirms. And this consciousness-based approach is holistic, easy to implement, non-invasive, and cost-effective. You can see www.permanentpeace.org for more information. Sunday meditations. There are several groups around the world that meditate on Sundays, visualizing peaceful change for the planet. To join one of these groups, go to globalunitymeditation.com, facebook.com groups, and that's there's a link there. We run that one. 2012portal.blogspot.com. Make this viral weekly ascension. And you can learn more at worldpeace.org/Washington Crime Study, thespiritscience.net, thewayofmeditation.com, and then there's a couple YouTube videos as well. Here's another quote. We want to mention as well that the numbers of groups holding meditation sessions around the world are growing. When minds and hearts collectively are focused on peace, on kindness to animals, international harmony, mutual respect, environmental preservation, prosperity for all, whatever you want for your world, the energy is exponentially magnified and brings closer each day the manifestation of those ideals. The value of prayer and active or remote participation in the group meditations cannot be overstated. That's from Matthew's Messages, February 14th, 2018. Vision of a New World, Dr. Greer. Hold one another's hands and see that there is a perfect circle of light formed. Feel the deep peace within us and the stillness and quiet. In your inner sight, become aware that there is a trans-dimensional interstellar craft that is around us, and that we are within it. There are extraterrestrial beings meditating with us, and we see this beautiful ring of light as we hold one another. Interspersed among us are ET life forms, shifted beyond the crossing point of light, and they are holding hands with us. As we go together into this pure state of silence, we see deep within us a pure fountain of light. Consciousness made into light. It rises up through our chakras, empowered by the light of the earth and the power of Gaia, and it reaches our heart level and then rises up to our crown chakra, and it bursts forward upward to the space above us. It makes a perfect column of light. First, each of us individually project these columns, and then our columns blend into one another, and this light goes from left to right around the circle and becomes one massive beam of celestial light, going upward into space, piercing the stratosphere. This light spreads out. Our light and the goodness within the earth and humanity and our full potential of enlightenment spreads from this place to every star and every galaxy and every intelligent life form in the cosmos. We ask the Great Spirit that is infinite and boundless to facilitate this beautiful light as a beam going upward, to be a guide for civilizations capable of interstellar travel to come to this place of Earth. Ultimately, we see this beam of light enter into a vast interstellar center. It is thousands of miles in diameter in space. This is where the ambassadors from other civilizations gathered for millions of years from time immemorial. We see that they behold us clearly, even as in our own mind we see them. We ask that they join us here, and in their thought essence they do. We see that they are sending back through us a cosmic light coming from the zenith of the heavens into this beautiful circle of people and through us to the earth. And the earth rings like a bell. With the resonance of this cosmic light, it reaches every man, woman, and child on earth, and they see a new vision of a new world manifesting from within us into the physical earth. We ask the Great Spirit then for every man, woman, and child on earth that their heart and mind and their essence and spirit be awakened to the simple truth that we are one people in the cosmos, and it is time for us to enter universal civilization and endless peace. We see all the secrets that have been held from humanity unveiled. The wondrous technologies that could turn the earth into a rose garden of peace and abundance, brought forward for the good of humanity. We see all those forces on earth that are retrograde or resisting this transformed by the beauty of this vision. Now we behold this light becoming stronger, and we see crystallized in our mind and our vision a new world. It will be an endless and unbroken time of peace for hundreds of thousands of years. While first it can be an external peace, the reality is it will evolve into the age of enlightenment. And in the passage of time, every child born on earth will be born in cosmic consciousness, and hence evolve in God consciousness and universal unity consciousness. As humanity evolves in this fashion, we see that we become ambassadors to other planets, spreading enlightenment from Earth, even as enlightenment has been brought to Earth by the ancient ones before us. Our hearts are filled with joy at this vision, and we ask that Great Spirit assist us in making it so, and we invite these interstellar civilizations patiently awaiting our arrival to assist us as we vow to assist them. The children on earth will be the entry points for the channels, to which this knowledge and vision and reality manifests on earth. And so we ask the Great Spirit that this beautiful time, which we know in our hearts is the destiny of humanity, be brought forward. We dedicate ourselves with one another, and with the earth, and with space, and with all these visitors, our brothers and sisters of every star system, to create a new world, and we see that it is actually already born within the realm of ideas, and it is ready to be made manifest, requiring our action. So with some effort on our part, assisted by the Great Being and the unseen realms and the spirit world and these interstellar civilizations, what seems impossible becomes inevitable. We will see it made manifest within our lifetime, and our hearts are filled with love and joy at the vision of a new world. Namaste. Global CE-5 Initiative, Costa. Number 1, do this ET contact anytime, anywhere that is convenient, comfortable, and safe for you. Number 2, choose the place and the people you believe are compatible, respectful, and enthusiastic about this coordinated effort. As vibrational beings, fear or other strong emotions can affect your results. Bring your goodwill, love, joy, and openness to the experience. The ETs will pick up on your noble, positive vibrations. You can also do this alone. Number 3, link heart to heart with members in your group. Circulate the love energy. Number 4, imagine a sphere of love at the center of your circle, with each of your hearts connected to it. Project this column of love energy high into the sky as the brilliant, vibrant beacon to our star friends. Number 5, when you go into meditation, in your imagination, link up heart to heart with all the other global ET contact groups who are joining in all over the planet. Then with love, also include our star friends as you invite them and guide them to your location. You can guide them to your location by projecting your consciousness out to them and visualizing how you travel from the location of our sun in our solar system to the Earth. As you approach it in your imagination, zoom in closer and closer to your specific location on the surface. Show them the images of where to find you. Number 6, mentally and with your heart, ask our ET friends what you and we can do in cooperation with them to bring about a healing for our planet Earth. Invite them to take more of a part in our human affairs, recognizing that it is nonetheless humanity's responsibility to solve its problems. Remember that ET contact can come in many forms. It may be a sighting of a starcraft, a lucid dream, a telepathic message, a touch on the shoulder or knee, weird electrical phenomena with communication devices or lights, and so much more. Number 8, afterwards, please add your CE-5 event experience to the ET Let's Talk report archives. How you approach your CE-5 experience is critical. If you have an attitude of fear, deep skepticism, hostility, closed-mindedness, chances are good you will fail at making contact. Universal 1. Close your eyes and take 3 deep breaths, exhaling with a sigh each time. Continue focusing on your breath. With each inhale, breathe in the light energy that surrounds you. And with each exhale, release all the worries of the day, the struggle of survival, all the stress and negativity. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, nobody to impress. Inhale peace, exhale release. Listen for the wind in the trees, or the drone of traffic, or the hum of electricity, depending on where you are. Expand your awareness outward to include your friends beside you, the trees and animals around you, the people in cars on the highway beyond, the busy cities and countries far away. You are every person and everything, and you can feel what it is like to be driving down the highway or to be a child playing in the park. or to have your leaves rustle in your treetop. Your awareness expands further, including vast tracts of land and oceans, into space, embracing our solar system and infinity, where you can hear the deep hum of planets revolving around their suns, feel galaxies spinning, and see soft colored nebula clouds. You are vast, deep space. You are the wonders of nature, planets, moons and stars, forests, waterfalls and tides, inhabitants of worlds. Hear both the wind in the trees nearby and the music of the universe. You are everything and everyone. Collapse this awareness into the space directly before your third eye. Strip away your personality, your individuality, the distractions of your environment, your thoughts. You are in the void, floating in the dark. You are original awareness. You feel the peace of infinite love. You are ultimate reality, which is bliss. Thoughts and images may come through, and you let them go and return to this single point of focus and awareness. You have become the single point of awareness. That is the same awareness that is felt by every other person on earth, every other awake and conscious being. You relax into this quiet awareness as it equalizes you and connects you to Universal One. Every moment is a meditation. Matt Marabona. Matt discovered how to make contact with ET by himself many years before finding the CE-5 community. His example shows us that each of us can find our own unique path to contact. CE-5 is not just a term. It is a practice of love, togetherness, and integrity. CE-5 is all about being the unique, loving, and joyous you. CE-5 is just the beginning of an amazing journey that will help change the world as we know it. CE-5 meditation should have no beginning or end. CE-5 is simply about being. Out there in the universe are an infinite possibility of wonders. Within the galaxies and stars and planets are other unique, loving, and joyous beings, just like us, that are simply being. They are out there waiting for us to realize just how special our world and all life truly is. They come across the vastness of possibility to shine great light upon you. All we need to do is join together and shine that light upon our world and ourselves. Each day as we wake up, we should be manifesting good into each of our lives. Our thoughts are very powerful and can be used to create the very reality that we live in. Everything is consciousness. We are creating our very realities with these thoughts. We are essentially what we think. As a species collectively, we can create a world that honors love for all things. It starts with you. Throughout the day and within ourselves, we should be the change we wish to see in the world. We need to be kind to one another. We need to take care of our world and take responsibility for our actions. Smile more. Lend a hand to a stranger. Do good deeds. Carry hope everywhere. Show love to everything. This world is a paradise and everything is provided. Separation holds us back. Separation from ourselves, each other, the world, and the universe. We are loved, and all we need to do is just be. At the end of the day, when the stars come out to shine for you, all you have to do is just say, "Hello, I'm here because of love and hope." Your everyday life is the meditation. The heart that beats within you is all that matters. Once you find that heart center, all you need do is just look up and say, "Here I am, would you like to join me?" That's it. When you make contact, you will see that love is all that matters, and everything that is done with love is done with the best of intent, an open mind, and an open heart. The more there are who are of the same frequency and vibration, the more profound the experiences will be. The more you shine your light, the more they will shine theirs back. They wait out there for us. Even now, as you read this, you are loved. Show them some love in return. Do it together. Just be. Golden Age. Take at least 3 deep breaths and release all the stress and struggle of your daily lives. Ground yourself to the earth and feel your connection to the diversity of Gaia, humanity, all beings in the universe, and to Source. Take a few moments to center and settle into your true self. Breathe and deeply relax. Now, join minds and hearts with all in the group. Envision the evolution and progression of humankind. Feel your awareness of the world, as it is now, primed for the utopia to come. It is a gift and an honor to be in human form on this planet at this time. In your mind's eye, see the smooth progress of the continuous dawn of the new era before us. See corrupt leaders and manipulators of the world peacefully stepping down and being held accountable for their actions. See popular media released from the grip of control, releasing critical information to all. Witness the slow and steady disclosure of the presence of our star family. Cherish seeing hope and relief alighting on each person's face when they realize that we are truly not alone. As the critical mass of people accept and embrace this new reality, see scientists working, unencumbered, implementing the technologies already gifted to us, distributing free energy to the world. See the world bathed in harmony and love. Delight in the abundance and peace that will be available for all. Imagine what you will do in that new world. Envision war prisoners being released, slaves freed, sickness healed, the hungry fed, free energy for all. Communication with beings from other worlds. What your home will look like. What your own personal spaceship will be like. Vacations to the stars or all around the globe. What your day looks like. Where you put your energies for work and what you do for play. Place your mind's focus on whatever sets your heart afire. Open yourself to hear inspiration from your higher self about what action you can take to facilitate this change. Take a moment to listen for guidance on how you will most effectively participate in this joyful process. Know that this beautiful vision of the future is coming. It's just a matter of when. Conjure feelings of appreciation and peace for this reality that already exists in timeless flow. Meet a being. Create an intention that your group will do a meditation where you meet a being in preparation for eventual face-to-face contact. Have the group think about what kind of being they would like to meet. Human-like, non-human-like, some to pick from, Pleiadians, Nordics, Apunians, Hathors, lion beings, Arcturians, avian beings, benevolent greys and reptilians, etc. Alternatively, they could meet members of the ET team assigned to your CE-5 group or their personal ET emissary. Upon the meditation with any kind of breathing or relaxing exercise, open the meditation with that exercise. You can move through a muscle, tensing and relaxing exercise, or you can use a visualization of getting on an elevator and counting down 10 floors, getting more and more relaxed with each level passed. It's especially important to be relaxed as possible while doing this meditation. So take your time on this part. Make it about half of the whole meditation. The goal is to get as relaxed as the state we are all in just before we wake up. This is often the most relaxed moment of our day. Once you have brought everyone into a deeply relaxed state, have each person create a safe space where they would like to meet an extraterrestrial being. It could be a sacred place, a park, a meadow, the beach where Jodie Foster met her dad in the movie Contact, a galactic space station, etc. If you use the elevator technique, have the doors open into this space. As each person enters into the space, have them flesh out the details, the sights, the sounds, the smells, the ground under their feet. Have them walk to the place where they will meet the being. Have each person create their invitation however they wish. A telephone call, a telepathic call, a written invitation, an email, etc. Visualize the being receiving the message and starting on their way. Now imagine the first level of contact. Is it viewing a spaceship far away? Seeing the being standing at the edge of the far end of the beach? Sit with that for a moment. Acclimatize to it and continue to breathe and feel deeply relaxed. Now tell the group to ask the being to come closer. Give the group about 5 minutes to connect with this being at the pace that is most comfortable to them. Remind them to keep cultivating their state of deep relaxation. Point out to your group that each is in control of this interaction, and that they can ask the being to approach or retreat at any time. Tell them that if it feels uncomfortable or fearful, to breathe into the feelings and allow those feelings to melt away, replacing them with trust, love, and appreciation. After the time has elapsed, instruct the group to wrap up their communication with the being. Have them thank the being and listen for the being's response. As the being moves away, remind the group to continue with that feeling of relaxation. Ask them to take note of how they are feeling. Are they impressed at their ability to manage their own emotions and allow this interaction to happen? Are they feeling appreciation for what they feel as a representation or real interaction of benevolence and love? Let them bask in the warmth of this interaction after the being is gone. Now, gently bring each person back to our shared reality. If you did an elevator ride, go back up the floors, feeling more awake as you pass each floor. Invite people to wiggle fingers and toes if they would like, and take a few deep breaths as they acclimatize back to their location. Quick and Dirty CE-5 Meditation, Deb Warren. 1. See a large golden ball of energy forming at your heart chakra, getting bigger and brighter. Then it moves from left to right around the circle in a counterclockwise direction, going through the heart chakra of each person present. It spins faster, forming a golden ring, and our group starts to feel more coherent. Then it spins even faster, flattening out to a golden disc. And we start to feel even more coherent. We are a group taking this journey together. Now as a group, we begin chanting the mantra, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, while forming the Merkaba tetrahedron in our mind. And the disc now pops out to a golden ET craft, which surrounds all of us. It begins to gently float up, carrying our astral light bodies, and comes to a stop just above us. Number 3. And now we hyperjump. 4. We are now in geostationary orbit high above our location on Earth. We can still see the sun shining on the Pacific Ocean in the west. We can also see the Earth turning into darkness in the east. A sliver of the moon may be visible. You can localize these instructions for your area. Look for the planet Saturn like a very bright star. It may be to the left of the sun. That is our destination. Number 5. And now we hyperjump. Number 6. We are now above the rings of Saturn, and we can see a large ET space station in orbit between the rings and the planet. The space station is 26 miles long and many stories high. Our ET craft is gently heading toward a very large hangar deck. There are many ET craft coming and going from the deck. We enter the hangar and look for a place to land our golden ship. We land gently and the golden ship fades away. Number 7. This place is like a grand central station. It is chock full of many beings, all coming and going. We are surrounded by throngs of beings, many different species. No one seems to even notice our arrival, and we don't know where to go next. Number 8. We convene as a group, standing silently, sending this telepathic message. We are humans from Earth, and this is the first time we have come to this space station. We need help. Please send someone to guide us. Number 9. Almost immediately, we can spot a group of ETs making their way towards the crowd. Soon they are directly in front of us, beckoning with a finger, indicating that we should follow them. We do. Number 10. We are taken to a side room on the hangar deck, and a door swooshes closed, and suddenly the noise from outside is no longer, and it is quiet. There is at least one ET here to interact with each of us, and there may be more than one for each of us. You can ask for a tour of the space station. You can ask for explanations, and a display device will be produced to help you understand. You may be asked to go to a large meeting room and make a presentation. I will give you a few minutes now to have these experiences, and no matter how time-consuming your experience is, these few minutes will be all the time you will need. 11. I will be silent now while you have your experience. Wherever you are, or whatever you are doing, make it your intent to return to the group who are waiting for you on the hangar deck. Say goodbye to the ETs and let them feel your gratitude. Let them feel how delighted you are. Let them know if you would be willing to return again. Number 14. We are standing in a circle. Everyone has returned. Number 15. See a large golden ball of energy forming at your heart chakra, getting brighter and brighter. Then it moves from left to right around the circle in a counterclockwise direction, going through the heart chakra of each person present. It spins faster, forming a golden ring, and our group starts to feel more coherent. Then it spins even faster, flattening out to a golden disc, and we start to feel even more coherent. Number 16. Now as a group we begin chanting the mantra, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama. And the disc now pops out to a golden ET craft, which surrounds all of us. It begins to gently float up, carrying our astral light bodies and carry us out of the hangar deck, and comes to a stop above the rings of Saturn. We look for the pale blue dot that is Earth. Number 17. And now we hyperjump. 18. We are now once again in geostationary orbit just above our location here on Earth. And once again we see the sun shining on Earth, and we now consider the location directly below us. 19. And now we hyperjump. Our golden craft is just above our physical bodies, and it is now floating down, returning our astral light bodies to our physical bodies. And then the golden craft fades away. Number 21. When you are ready, take a deep breath. Open your eyes and move your body to indicate that you have returned. 22. Everyone should be silent until all have returned. 23. When everyone has returned, invite people to comment on any experience they had during the meditation. No one is obligated to share. You may wish to ask if there was anyone in the group who did not have an experience at all. In the next event, you will focus your attention on that person, ensuring that they are part of the group. You may ask others to focus on these non-experiencers as well. Interplanetary Council. From the book Evolution Through Contact by Don Daniels. Sit comfortably in a firm or lightly padded, relatively upright chair, with your feet separated and your hands in your lap, palms down. Take a series of at least 7 deep breaths, inhaling as slowly and deeply as possible, then pausing as long as you comfortably can, and then exhaling slowly and deeply, and again pause as long as comfortable. Continue focusing on your breathing until you are in a deeply relaxed state. Now visualize your breath coming in through the top of your head like a dolphin, flowing down through your entire body and flowing out through the base of your spine and the soles of your feet when you exhale. Allow your breath to bring in pure love and compassion, and exhale any negativity, thoughts of emotions, in this way purifying yourself with each breath. Now, try and focus on the pause between breaths. And you will notice that in that pause, there is a moment of deep, profound silence. Gently go into that silence and allow it to expand longer and longer with each breath, until eventually the silence will fill the entire breath. Become aware of awareness itself. Not the stray sound that you may hear, but that which by what you are able to hear that sound. In this way, sounds will not be a distraction, but simply an acknowledgement of your connection to the fundamental awareness that infuses every conscious aware entity in the universe. Then let the sound go and return to focusing on communing with the deep, profound silence that starts between the breaths. For this is your connection with the cosmic consciousness, the collective consciousness of the universe itself. Now imagine yourself as a dolphin at play in the ocean, leaping and spinning and diving just for the pure joy of it. Revel in the joy of your perceptions and your freedom. Dive deeply into that sea of pure consciousness, and then swim upward as fast as you can. Leap into the air and just keep going faster and faster up through the atmosphere, past the moon, past our planets, and out of our solar system. See the stars passing faster and faster until you're out in intergalactic space, looking at all the beautiful galaxies around you. Commune with the deep silence and contemplate what a beautiful universe creator has wrought. Understand how we are all connected through that creation and through our connection with cosmic consciousness. And how we are all thus one with each other. Now put out the intention that you wish to visit the Interplanetary Council and allow your consciousness to take you in the proper direction. You can travel at the speed of consciousness, so you should arrive quite rapidly. And as you approach, note your impressions of the craft or building. And now ask permission to go inside. Most likely someone will guide you, or you will simply find yourself inside. Greet any guides with respect and humility. Explain that you are wishing to visit as a citizen representative of Earth, and ask if you may visit the council chambers. Enter with the same reverence as if you were attending a General Assembly of the United Nations. You will most likely be ushered into the viewing gallery. From here, take in the look and feel of the chambers. How large is the room? What shape is it? How high is the ceiling? What are the walls like? And what material does it appear to be made of? Is there a table or negotiating area? What does it look like? Are there any objects on the table or over it? Now pay particular attention to any of the diplomats that may be present. What impressions do you get of them? Take note of their physical appearance and also any emotional impressions or telepathic messages or impressions you might receive. You might find that you make a connection with one of the diplomats. Offer your willingness to help with the evolution of humanity to the point where we can become full galactic citizens. Now become perceptive of what impressions you get in return. Now give your thanks and gratitude for being allowed to visit and prepare to take your leave. Allow your consciousness to move back outside and rapidly fly back to our galaxy, to our sun, to our Earth, and back to your body. Your consciousness knows the way and will not get lost. And now, slowly and gently begin to return to normal waking consciousness. Become gradually more awake with each breath. While everything is fresh in your mind, make notes of impressions and put the notepad next to your bed. You will most likely find insights and inspirations flowing into your consciousness over the next several weeks, especially in the hypnagogic state where you're just falling asleep or waking up. So having a notepad handy will help you take notes as any impressions come flowing in. Resonant Energy, CE-5 Aotearoa, New Zealand. The basic intent of this meditation is to allow for a greater exchange/download of the subtle energies that often enter into the fieldwork of CE-5 teams. Grounding is important, and we recommend everyone have their feet on the ground during this process. Teams may also hold hands if they wish, or even stand close together in a circle for the guided portion. Start with a general cool down. Ask the team to relax, take slow, deep breaths, and center yourselves. Breathe in a peace and calm, and allowing any worries and concerns to flow out through your feet into the earth as you exhale. Ask Earth to take away and deal with any worries and concerns and help us to focus on the current intent. Breathe in through the nose and exhale through the mouth. Ask everyone to picture/image or simply allow their energy body, astral hands, to reach quickly down into the center of the earth, gather some of Earth's energy, and bring it up to the first chakra. This can be as rapid as breathing out to send your request, and bring the energy up as you inhale. Usually we do this 3 times for each chakra before activating it, as this intensifies the feelings. However, when people are very familiar with this, it can be done once per chakra. With the 3 times method, for the first 2, hold or store the energy at the chakra as you go back down for the next amount. On the 3rd pass, rapidly open your first red chakra, then relax as you observe it glowing or spinning. Then continue to reach down as you exhale, gather more energy and bring it up next to the 2nd chakra. pulling the energy through the first as you do so. Alignment. Repeat this process until everyone has aligned and opened their chakras red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Next, the resonance of the group is matched by sharing these chakra energies in sequence. Ask everyone present to pass the light of their first red chakra to the person on the right, taking it from the left, the equivalent energy from that person. Quickly repeat this, asking the team to speed up the procedure that we form a counterclockwise red ring of energy up at that level. Move up to the second orange chakra and repeat this process. Continue until you reach the crown violet chakra. Now that the whole team has their energy centers resonating uniformly, this action should be extended to include others present, ET, celestial, etc., who are actively working with us. This means the resonance extends through both teams. The heart chakra is the major one, but it's easy enough to talk to the group through this process. Add it in before starting. Once these chakra rings are established, the next steps are to establish a common single form through which energies may flow in both directions. Ask everyone to visualize the rings collapsing down so they all reside at the heart chakra level, from the crown down and from the base upwards. This will form a toroid, allow it to blend and become a white ring of light, spinning counterclockwise, just as the initial rings were established. Now send back down into the center of the earth a clockwise spiral vortex from this toroid. This is a guide for what comes next. Ask Earth to send back to us a counterclockwise flow of energy that twins with the vortex we just created. As it arrives, see, imagine, allow it to start wrapping around the heart toroid, following around it tightly in the counterclockwise direction like a coil. Now send upwards to whomever we are working with a counterclockwise energy vortex, also known as a guide to be twinned. Ask them to reply by sending down a clockwise vortex matching the path of our guideline. As it arrives, allow it to wrap around our toroid, running clockwise over and around. Allow it to run at whatever speed it needs to in order to resonate. This form is very powerful, and you may experience significant energy flows. Ask the team to keep this vision, this energy field, strongly within their thoughts as you move into the silent part of the meditation, in which you seek to fulfill the team's stated intent of CE-5 work. Allow the ETs and celestial beings, or whoever you seek to work with, to use this resonant field to interact with your team. Specifically invite relevant celestial cosmic energy to be integrated, downloaded into the team through this process and resonant form, and ask all those who are willing to absorb and merge with these energies, allowing them to be distributed in a useful way as a result. Clearings. Energy clearing meditations help to raise your vibration and become more aware of ET communications of all kinds, internal and external. It can be as simple as blessing and thanking every cell in your body, or bathing yourself in the highest light. Smudging in sweet grass or sage is very effective. It creates a dense, neutral charge, releasing negative energy as well as purifying yourself and clearing a sacred space. For a more comprehensive clearing, try any of these healing/clearing meditations on the following pages. Chakra Clearing. Instructions. Start with deep breaths. Get relaxed. And go through each chakra one by one, following the list below. Start at your root chakra at the bottom and make your way up. For each chakra, visualize it becoming brighter, lighter, and more vivid. Breathe into each chakra and clear away any debris, tension, disharmony, or immobility within each chakra. Read aloud the chakra's corresponding energy blocks and release the negative emotions and false beliefs associated with each. See in your mind's eye each chakra glowing powerfully and illuminating your body with its corresponding color. Feel the energy of the chakra flowing freely and spinning. The root chakra, the base of your spine, the pelvic floor, genitals, red, survival. It's blocked by fear. So accept the feeling of fear and know ultimately fears are not real. Sacral chakra, that's lower abdomen, a few inches below the navel, orange. Pleasure, blocked by guilt, so forgive yourself. The solar plexus chakra, upper abdomen, above the navel, yellow, willpower, blocked by disappointments, accept all learnings. The heart chakra, at your heart, bright emerald green, love, blocked by grief. Accept and release all loss in the life process. All things change and come and go, but love always stays and is an infinite energy. Throat chakra, throat, robin's egg blue, truth, blocked by the lies we tell ourselves. Face yourself and allow yourself to be perfectly imperfect, vulnerable, and worthy. Next is the third eye chakra, the middle of your forehead. Above your eyes, indigo, light, blocked by illusion of separation. So allow insight and knowing that we are all one. Crown chakra, top of your head, violet, pure cosmic energy, blocked by earthly attachments. Let go of everything you have loved, knowing nothing ever truly disappears. Healing Negative Influences and Clearing, James Gilliland, ESETI. Healing is a must for all those who desire to operate in other realms of consciousness. You must have self-authority and maintain control. If you are experiencing negative vibrations, they are either thought forms, limiting mental concepts, psychic bonds, or discarnate entities, like lost souls, in need of healing. They are bound to the earth vibration due to lower vibration attitudes and emotions. Some are coercive and desire to manipulate and control. Love heals. Casting out only sends them to another place, another person, in all healing. Remember that God is love. It is the power of love that heals and lifts. We will give you the following steps to clear the energy. Close your aura by visualizing a white or gold light around you. call upon your chosen cultural representative of God, be it Jesus, Buddha, Babaji, Mary, Mohammed, White Eagle, or another one of the beautiful many Christed ones. Tell the entities they are healed and forgiven, lifted and enlightened. Tell them they are healed and surrounded with the Christ light and the Christ love. Ask your chosen representative to take them to their perfect place. Ask that all negative thought forms and limiting mental concepts be dissolved and lifted in the light of truth. And finally, ask that all psychic bonds be severed and close their auras to all but spirit of the highest vibration. Repeat this process until you feel clear. There may be more than one healing to do. Remember, your word is very powerful, and what is spoken on their level manifests instantly. Many enlightened ones use this process before opening. It creates a clear and safe environment, and it also lifts the one who is doing the healing. Intent is 9/10 of the law. If you intend to serve and heal, you will draw to you entities of like mind. And if you intend to coerce or manipulate, again, you will draw entities of like mind. It is the law of attraction. At times, discarnate spirits will come to your light like a moth to a flame. Do not judge yourself, simply heal them. They are the ones in trouble, not you. They are seeking your help. And here's a short form of a clearing prayer after doing the above in the beginning. First, call in your main teacher or guide or other divine beings, Christed or above. We welcome all entities in love and light. We speak to you from the Lord God of our being, telling you all you are healed and forgiven, lifted and enlightened, healed and forgiven, lifted and enlightened, filled and surrounded by the Christ light and the Christ love. And we ask the beautiful many to escort you off to your perfect place. Go in peace. Breathing in earth energy cleansing, little grandmother Keisha. Stand with your bare feet on the earth. You can do this indoors as well, but take your shoes off. Start by breathing the color green, the color of earth energy, up through the soles of your feet. And feel this energy filling your cells and nourishing every inch of you. With the first in-breath, bring it up as far as your knees, then exhale it down and through the soles of your feet back into the earth. On the second in-breath, bring this green energy up to the base of your pelvis, the first chakra, and exhale it down back into the earth. Feeling it enshroud your thighs, your knees, your ankles, and back down through your feet. As you are doing this, if you have trouble connecting to any particular area of your body and feeling the energy fill you, continue with the breaths up to that area until you feel ready to move on. On the third in-breath, bring the energy down to your lower pelvis, just below the navel, the the second chakra, and release it back downward into the earth. Be sure to focus on each particular part of your body as you descend the energy. Do not just skim over, but visualize and feel the energy traveling down and filling your limbs, your muscles, your blood, bones, and cells. On the fourth in-breath, bring the energy up to your mid-belly, the third chakra, and feel it circulating and penetrating your solar plexus. Many of us carry a lot of repressed emotion in this area of our bodies, which is tied to our will and sense of empowerment, the overall feeling of who we are. You may need to breathe several times to this area. Let the healing earth energy gently open your belly and loosen the places that are tight, that are holding onto old energies and fears. When you are relaxed and open and you can feel a warmth here spreading, then you know you can move on. On the fifth in-breath, breathe the energy up to your chest, the fourth chakra, and feel it envelop and penetrate your heart. Feel it expand into your chest cavity, your lungs, your ribs. The heart area carries so much old emotion, and many of us have deep hurts here. Gently let Mother Earth touch this place in you. Do this breath as many times as you need until you feel warmth spreading, until you feel a relaxed and opening of this area. And let whatever you have been holding be released back into the earth. Let it melt away and down through the soles of your feet back into the earth. Just as a mother is not harmed by soothing and receiving her child's griefs and troubles, Mother Earth is never damaged by your connecting to her like this. On the sixth in-breath, breathe the energy up to your throat, the fifth chakra, and feel it opening this area, connecting to your voice and speaking your truth. Then exhale it back down to the earth. On the seventh in-breath, breathe the energy up to the middle of your forehead between your eyes, the sixth chakra, the third eye, and feel this part of you connecting to spiritual vision, higher perception, and intuition, opening and being gently caressed, connected to Mother Earth. Exhale back down into the earth. On the eighth and final in-breath, bring the energy all the way up to the top of your head, the seventh chakra, the crown, and feel the top of your head opening to spiritual guidance and to light from the cosmos. Feel Mother Earth's energy caressing and opening this area, grounding you between the earth and the sky as a child of Earth and the cosmos. Fill your face, your skull, your brain, your glands, your hair with this green, nurturing light, connecting you to all of life. On your final exhale, breathe the energy out through your hands, down your arms, and out your palms and back into Mother Earth. This creates a complete circle of energy. Now you are connected to what is sustaining you in life, what is always there for you. This potent green life force energy can help you heal, revitalize, and balance your whole being. Grounding and Cosmic Energy Meditation from Hollis Polk. Please sit comfortably surrounded where you are well supported with your feet flat on the floor and your hands resting comfortably and separately in your lap or on the arms of the chair. Now, please close your eyes and take a deep breath. Breathe in really deeply. And as you let it out, just relax. Consciously letting things go in your muscles and melting into whatever you are sitting on. Now, take another deep breath and notice what you are sitting on, holding you up. Notice how easy and comfortable and solid that is. Now take another deep breath, and as you let it out, notice the temperature of the air on your cheek, and just let that relax you even more. Take another deep breath in, and as you exhale, begin to focus on the base of your spine. And with the next deep breath in, and the next deep breath out, imagine that there's a small plug at the base of your spine, and just gently ease that out. And now imagine that there's a current of energy flowing down from the base of your spine. You may see this as energy as a cord or a color flowing down, or you may feel it as a texture or a temperature, or you may even hear it as a tone flowing gently, easily, and automatically down through this base of your spine, through whatever you're sitting on, down into the floor, and through the floor and the space below that, and whatever floor and spaces are beneath that, through the foundation of the building and down into the dirt below. And let it keep flowing down, 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 through the dirt, into the bedrock beneath you, flowing down, through the bedrock, through the earth's crust, down into the earth's mantle, down, down, down into the molten core of the earth. And allow anything in your body or any energy in or around you that needs to be healed or transformed to flow down your grounding cord into the earth, where Mother Earth can heal it and transform it. And allow a little bit of that healing, transforming energy to begin to rise up a cord parallel to your grounding cord. You may see this energy as a beam of light in any particular color flowing up to you. You may feel it as a temperature or a texture, or you may even hear it as a tone or a harmony. And allow this lovely energy to rise up from the core of the earth, up through the earth's mantle, up into the earth's crust, and through the earth's crust, up into the bedrock below your feet, up into the dirt, up into the foundation of the building, up through any space above that, up through the floor, up into the waiting open chakras of your feet. The pad of each toe has a small chakra, like a vortex, which opens like the iris of a camera. And there's a large chakra in the very center of each foot, which also opens like the iris of a camera. As the wonderful earth energy reaches your feet, it flows up, gently and easily, through the open foot chakras in your feet, swirling through them, healing and transforming, warming and soothing, filling them with this wonderful energy, wonderful light, or warmth, or even texture or sound. And as it fills your feet, it swirls up through the ankle joints, warming and healing, soothing and transforming, letting go. And this lovely color, or warmth, or tone, or energy continues to flow on up, up, up into your calves, flowing along the bones, warming and relaxing, soothing and letting go and radiating out into the tendons, the muscles, the fascia, the skin, and even filling the energy filled around your legs. And the energy continues to flow up, swirling and healing up through your knees, warming, softening, letting go. And the energy continues to move up along the bones of your thighs, warming and healing, softening and relaxing, loosening and letting go. It moves out from the bones, out into the tendons, the muscles, the fascia, the skin, and even filling the energy field around your thighs with this wonderful light or warmth or sound or energy. Just healing and soothing and relaxing, letting go. And the energy continues to swirl and heal as it moves from your thighs up into your pelvic cradle. The energy pools and swirls, heals and transforms as it relaxes the muscles and all of the internal organs. You may see this as a light filling your pelvic cradle, or feel it as an energy or a warmth or a texture, or even hear a tone. And as this energy fills your pelvic cradle, you notice a small trickle of this wonderful earth energy continue down your grounding cord back into the earth, completing a circuit. So you know you are part of the earth's energy. And with that still running, begin to focus your attention out in the center of the universe. And allow a wonderful colored light, or perhaps a tone, or a warmth, or a texture, to begin to flow down from the center of the universe, down into the Milky Way galaxy, down into the solar system, down into Earth's atmosphere, down into the sky above your head, and down into the roof over your head, and down through the space under that, through any beams and ceilings and even floors, if there are any, into the space just above your head. And now down into the crown of your head, and from there to the base of your skull, and down along the backs of your vertebrae by vertebrae, along your neck, and down along the vertebrae at the back of your chest, and along your lumbar vertebrae at the base of your spine. And a little bit of this energy flows from the base of your spine down along your grounding cord into the center of the earth. And now you know you are connected. The connection of earth energy and cosmic energy, of Mother Earth and Father Sky. You may even feel a little tug at the base of your spine and the top of your head as you acknowledge this connection. Or you may feel yourself automatically sit just a little bit straighter in your chair. And more of this wonderful cosmic energy mixes into your pelvic cradle. You may see your pelvic cradle filled with both colors simultaneously, or see them blend to make yet a third color, or see one color shot through with sparkles of the other. However you see it is fine. You may feel an unusual feeling, or you may hear two tones or a harmony. And as this wonderful color or sound or feeling floods your pelvic cradle, it expands into your energy field around your lower torso, and expands by flowing up the front channels of your spine, rising up, 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 gently and easily to fill your heart center. And it expands from there to fill your chest and your shoulders. And the energy begins to flow down your arms, filling your arms and flowing and swirling down through your elbows into your lower arms, and down through them into your wrists, swirling your wrists into your hands, filling them with this lovely light or tone or feeling. Just allow that to happen. And the energy drips out through your palms and fingers into the space around you, filling the space around your hands and your arms and your chest with this lovely color or sound or feeling. And the energy begins to rise again, up from your shoulders into your head, filling your head with this wonderful feeling or sound or color, until the energy flows out the top of your head to a place that's 18 to 24 inches above your head, where it becomes a fountain. The energy flows down around your entire energy field, cleansing it, healing it, warming it, relaxing it, filling it with this wonderful healing sound, or light, or feeling, cleansing it, clearing it, gently moving out anything which is less than healthy for you. And just enjoy that amazing feeling of being the connection of earth and sky in you and around you. And just enjoy that wonderful flow of energy. And when you are ready, come back to the room, open your eyes, move around. You may want to lean over and touch the floor to let go of any excess energy. Being completely in your body, aware, awake, alive, and refreshed. Grounding while laying down meditation from Hollis Polk. You could use this meditation for those CE-5s where you're lying on a blanket under the stars. Please lie on your back, supported comfortably by pillows or whatever you need. You should be comfortably warm, but still cool enough that you stay awake. Take a deep breath in. And as you exhale, just allow yourself to feel the support of whatever you're lying on. Take another deep breath in. And as you exhale, just feel that support on your back and on the backs of your legs. Feel that support on your heels and on your arms. Now take another deep breath in. And as you exhale, feel the temperature of the air on your cheek. Really notice it. Is it warm? Is it cool? Is it just right? Is the temperature of the air the same on both cheeks? Allow yourself to gently notice this. Now, take another deep breath in. And as you let it out, just notice how well your head is supported and how relaxed you feel. And as you relax, you can begin to notice how whatever you're lying on is a part of the earth. Whatever it is made from comes in one way or another from the earth. Whether it's feathers that come from ducks that we walked on the earth and were fed by it, or whether it was wood from trees that grew in the earth, or even carpet made from oil from inside the earth, or something else entirely. And so you are lying on the earth. And you can imagine that you're lying directly on the earth. Maybe you're lying on a pile of leaves or on the forest floor or in a field of grass or on a beach or some other wonderful natural place. You are lying on the earth. And you can begin to allow your muscles to just melt into the earth. Let your arms melt. Let your legs melt. Let your rib cage melt. Just feel them sinking into the earth. And you can imagine their energy flowing down through the dirt beneath you. Down into the bedrock. Down through the bedrock. Into the earth's mantle. Flowing down through the earth's mantle, quickly and easily, down into the molten core of the earth. Now imagine that this energy, this flow, is a giant cord, a giant grounding cord connecting every cell in your body to the very center of the earth. And now imagine that Mother Earth is sending you her love as energy up this grounding cord. You may see this energy as a beam of light in a particular color flowing up, or you may feel it as a temperature or a texture, or you may even hear it as a tone or a harmony, and allow this lovely energy to rise up from the core of the earth, up through the earth's mantle, up into the earth's crust and through the earth's crust, up into the bedrock below you, up into the dirt, up into your waiting cells, and each and every one of your cells soak up Mother Earth's love and knows that it's connected to Mother Earth. And each cell is renewed and refreshed by its connection to Mother Earth. Mother Earth wants you to have lots of energy. So as you come back to normal waking awareness, you begin to move around easily and gently. Perhaps you move your fingers and toes, and now your hands and feet, and now your legs and arms, and even your head and torso. You feel aware, awake, alive, refreshed, and ready to go. Remote viewing. Remote viewing is recommended as a viable method to communicate with ET by astronaut Dr. Edgar Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell created the organization the Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial and Extraordinary Encounters, FREE. One of our longest standing group members, Keiko, is our resident student of remote viewing. Here's what she has to share. RV, remote viewing, is a practice that helps us to develop our innate ability to see and sense particular locations, physical structures, persons, events, without needing to physically be there to see or sense them. Remote viewing is about viewing, hearing, smelling, tasting, feeling sensations, and feeling emotions in remote time and space. You may have randomly experienced similar paranormal phenomena such as déjà vu or premonitions. In contrast, RV is consciously done by focusing on an objective while you are in the meditative state. How to remote view. Sit quietly and let go of your busy mind and empty yourself. Connect yourself to an objective and know that you are connected. Describe and draw information which you receive through your five senses and more as raw information. In other words, describe the information without making up your own stories, synchronizing the right and left hemispheres of the brain. You are trying to get away from imagination, memory, and/or deduction. And then organize and analyze information. Abilities/attributes you can develop by remote viewing. By synchronizing the right and left hemispheres of the brain during RV practice, we can develop our psychic abilities. As well, sensing remote objectives gives us the experience of oneness. Realizing that we are connected to each other with our thoughts and intentions can make us humble to others. An experienced trainer of RV at the Monroe Institute has said that he has never encountered any individual who could not view or sense anything at the end of a one-weekend workshop. We all have the ability and can develop the ability by practicing. The practice will give you confirmation of your true nature of being non-local and one with the unified field of consciousness. To start practicing remote viewing. In his DVDs, Dr. Greer recommends sharpening our intuition by practicing with these exercises. Sense who the caller is before picking up the phone. Sense who visitor is before opening the door. Sense an object which someone has placed in a box a photo, or words placed in an envelope. There are different methods and techniques of remote viewing to choose from. You can find books, DVDs, workshops, podcasts, website, etc. on RV. There are apps and websites offering RV objectives such as rvtargets.com. It's free of charge to register and use it. How to use remote viewing for CE-5. When in the field during CE-5, start by meditating with a mantra, sound, visualization, guided meditation, etc. And when you reach the quiet state, begin focusing on your objective. Vector ET to your location by going into space and then returning to your location with your awareness. Visit a planet, galaxy, star. Encounter different galactic civilizations. Meet a star being. Go to the International Space Station. Go to a galactic meeting. Go to the space station on the rings of Saturn. As it was mentioned previously, remote viewing is not just about picking up the sights, sounds, textures, and smells of a location. You can also pick up the emotions, feelings, and thoughts that a place offers. Some astronauts had the following feelings and thoughts while they were floating in space. Everybody is connected to each other. It's a familiar place, like home. There is no absolute, and we need to take care of each other. What will you see and feel when remote viewing in space while your body is in a circle at the contact site? Here's some links below. Learn more about remote viewing in the links below. Check out our friend's podcast, Cat in the Box. Also, Prudence Calabrese remote viewing course is 7 videos. Also, The Secret History of U.S. Remote Viewing. It's another YouTube. Ingo Swann, Human Super Sensitivities in the Future. That's another YouTube video. Dr. Hal Puthoff on remote viewing. Another YouTube video. Joe McMoneagle, The Stargate Chronicles, MUFON Convention, February 16th, 06. That's another YouTube video. And then there's 3 more here. John Vivanco, Psychic Spy, parts 1, 2, and 3. And Lessons Learned from the Stargate Program with Edwin May. Bioelectromagnetic communication. Humans have the potential to emit a very powerful force field. I've had an accidental moment of telekinesis which evidences this for myself. We believe that this section is the leading edge of CE-5 and our own evolution. Many thanks to Jeremy of CE-5 Aotearoa in New Zealand, who shared with us the advanced technique of communication. This process is specifically focused on energetic communication through the bioelectromagnetic field of the heart, the torus. It is based within experiential learning from several cases of verified close proximity contact and interaction. Principles. The geometric shape used to describe the self-reflective nature of consciousness is the torus. The torus can be used to define the workings of consciousness itself. Therefore, consciousness has geometry. The torus allows a vortex of energy to form, bending back along itself and re-entering itself. It inside-outs, continuously flowing back into itself. Therefore, toroidal energy is continually refreshing itself and continually influencing itself. When the torus is in balance and the energy is flowing, we are in the perfect state to be our authentic selves. Authenticity is a key component in connecting to ET and celestial beings. The heart's magnetic field is toroidal and communicates throughout the body and into the external environment. It is a nonverbal, energetic communication modality that can be used to communicate effectively with each other, the environment, and other types of beings. Because electromagnetic toroidal fields are holographic, it is likely that the sum total of our universe is present within the frequency spectrum of a single torus. This means that each one of us is connected to the entire universe and can access all the information within it at any given moment. The process outline. This is an outline of the general process which should be formed into a guided meditation and delivered by the team facilitator. This process is not fixed, it is a work in progress, and should be approached with creativity and flexibility. Significant contact events can occur during this process. Therefore, adaptability is often necessary. Be guided within what naturally occurs and stay present with the coherent energy and the above principles. Focus on working as a completely unified CE-5 team with the shared collective intent of universal peace and oneness. Specific teams can be formed with those who naturally resonate with this intention. Establish a coherent toroidal energy field within the CE-5 team. If it is the first time doing this process, complete the Resonant Energy meditation first. Once familiar with establishing a coherent toroidal energy field, create it in your own way that works best for your team. Then continue with this process. Put new ideas to the test. Consciously choose to bind the shared collective intent of the team within the structure of the toroidal energy field. Focus on being one. Merge your heart based divine will into the toroidal form and enliven the full color spectrum. Seeing the form more clearly and brightly in consciousness. Notice how it surrounds you. Consciously merge it with other members of the team. Emotion, energy, and motion. Energize the toroidal field by filling your heart center with the emotion of love, peace, joy, gratitude, etc. Allow these feelings to overflow and merge within the vibratory structure of the torus, feeling an increase in the rate of energy flow and seeing it activate further as a result. Focus on a singular 0-point heart energy within the circle of the center. Within the center of the circle, this being the heart center of the team. Acknowledge that each one of us is connected to the entire universe and can access all the information within it at any given moment through our heart center. When we access what is present in our hearts, we are literally connecting to the limitless supply and wisdom of the universe. This enables what we refer to as miracles to be present within us. Embrace this knowing that exists within our heart center. Allow it to simply resonate as universal truth and radiate from our being. Hold the space open for communication. Transmit energetic information through the electromagnetic toroidal spectrum of the heart. Initially, focus on an energetic invitation. Transmit this invitation into the immediate environment and then into the distant surroundings by expanding the toroidal form in consciousness. Scale it up to embrace the entire planet, then scale it down to the local area. Repeat several times, expanding further each time, right out into space, continually inviting all beings who resonate with the intent. More effortlessly in consciousness through the toroidal connectivity, or move effortlessly. Know that the information you communicate through this form is likely to be received by other sentient beings. Radiate the energy of invitation and what you believe to be of shared importance in establishing communication. Make sure to also hold space for responses. Fluctuate your focus within all parameters of the shared toroid, expanding the toroidal awareness and seeing it as infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time, both internally and externally. Consciously follow heart-centered magnetic attractions to certain locations, initially within the local environment, then in other parameters. Resonate the intention to connect with the beings that could be in that specific location. Allow yourself to fully expand and feel as much as you can. Ask them to verify their presence in ways that are obvious and undoubtedly true for you and the team. If communication is verified, guide the team to focus the heart-centered energy on that specific parameter and ask the beings to be as present and interactive as they are able to. Hold the energy for them to connect further and enjoy the love of being an ambassador of Earth. Music and sound. Barbara Marciniak talks about the importance of sound among her collection of channeling. Sound is a tool for transformation, keepers of frequency, which we are encouraging you to become. Learn how to modulate the frequency they hold through sound. Sound can penetrate any substance, move molecules, and rearrange realities. You can begin to work with sound by allowing it to play your body. Get yourself centered, clear your mind, and allow tones to come through you. The ancient mystery schools worked with sound in this manner, and it is a very powerful technique when done in a group. You will go very far with your use of sound after working with it for a while. It is like a powerful tool being given to an infant. Without proper awareness, you could do things and not realize the ramifications of what you're doing. Think about what sound does in stadiums and auditoriums. The cheering or booing of a crowd creates an ambiance. When groups of you make sound together, you create an ambiance for yourselves. You allow certain energies to play the instruments of your bodies. You let go of preconceived ideas and allow different melodies and energies to use your physical bodies as opportunities to represent themselves on the planet. In actuality, what you experience is the life force of energies that allow you to express through your own selves. You become channels. You allow a vibration to come onto the planet in its full glory through your bodies and your joint cooperation. You birth something. You create an opportunity, and energy takes advantage of that opportunity. Sound is going to evolve. Now human beings can become instruments for sound through toning. Certain combinations of sounds played through the body unlock information and frequencies of intelligence. Being silent for a long period after the harmonics allows human beings to use their bodies as devices to receive and absorb the frequencies, and to use the vehicle of breathing to take them into an ecstatic state. When you tone with others, you have access to the group mind that you did not have prior to making the sound. The key word is harmony. What you intend to do with the sound is of utmost importance. If you are not clear about your intentions, sound can have a way of enveloping on itself and outgrowing its original capacity. It doubles and quadruples itself with its own impact. It is very important for you to have a clear intention of what you plan on doing with sound. Sound stirs energy up. It creates a standing columnar wave, building frequency upon frequency. This energy can then be directed at or toward anything. When you make sound in a circle or in the circumference of the pillar of light, you create a column that is capable of many more things than you ever realized. It is capable of creating explosions and of destroying and creating many realities. And that was from the Bringers of the Dawn, Pallades.com. Using sound in CE-5. Music is a powerful tool. It moves us, changes us, and uplifts us. Sound can support our ability to relax and turn inward and make it easier to connect to Universal One. During CE-5, you can play sounds and songs in the background of group chatting, instructions, or meditating. You can play sounds and songs as a focus of the group. You can sing together, chant together, do a puja, hum, tone, drum, didgeridoo it up, use singing bowls, ring bells, hit tuning forks, etc. Do what calls to you and supplement your CE-5 agenda with whatever the group likes best. If you're interested in sound as a healing tool for yourself, you could go to Tom Kenyon's sound healing page, and that's at tomkenyon, kenyon.com/music sound healing. Listen to Mozart or anything else that uplifts you. Samoya Shelley Yates talks about this in her amazing story. There's a link there to YouTube. You search Samoya Shelley Yates. Go to the Monroe Institute and get some HemiSync CDs. That's at the monroeinstitute.org. You can grab the Onek Soul Journey Meditation, which is a beautiful symphony flowing through all states of consciousness. And that's at omnec-onek.com/meditation-CD Soul Journey. And that's spelled OMNEC, omnec-onec, onek.com. Listen to the first 3 minutes of Beethoven's 7th Symphony. According to Bashar, this music has a profound healing effect. Pujas. A puja is a ceremony that originated in India and honors and worships Hindu deities. It is often ritualized with accoutrements such as a large thali, a tray, candles, a bell, brass or silver cups and bowls and spoons, pure water, sage, incense sticks, flowers, fruit, uncooked rice, and images, a picture, and or figurines of the ascended masters. A puja is sung in the Sanskrit language. Sanskrit is thought to be the root of all Indo-European languages. It is ancient. It may be the remnant of a language spoke during the last golden age, and its origin may be interstellar. Sanskrit words are thought to be the most precise sound intonation that most accurately matches that which the word describes. If used correctly with high states of consciousness, some believe that one can manifest using the Sanskrit language. In the context of CE-5, the puja is secularized. Instead, the ceremony represents not a prayer to a particular deity, but a general prayer, worship, or honoring of the cosmos, or to the collective lineage of ascended masters. Examples such as Buddha or Babaji, Krishna, Jesus, Sai Baba, etc., who have assisted and still assist in the spiritual development of our world. Doing a puja during CE-5 can be very simple. Set up some crystals or other sacred objects on a small table, burn a candle, light incense. Sage is also good to burn. Chant Om several times and then sing the puja for a little while. Let the candle and incense burn until the CE-5 is done. Pujas to include in a CE-5. Isha Yoga Guru Puja. Dr. Greer sings a very long, involved puja. It would take a very long time to memorize it, so the easy thing to do is find it on YouTube and convert it to MP3 with an online YouTube to MP3 converter like Joshua Tree 2015 Puja with Dr. Stephen Greer. I'm Nama. This mantra translates to close to God or one with a higher being. The melody of this GCC or any other fifth interval. Once you sing the melody a few times for people to catch the tune, have everyone continue the chant internally for the duration of the meditation.
I'm just going to interject here. This is Celia. One of the easiest ways that you can figure out what the notes are supposed to be for the I'm Nama mantra is to imagine in your head a keyboard and pick the first note for I'm. So let's say that's I'm, and then imagine you're going down the keyboard 5 notes. Ah, 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 ah. So now you know where you're starting, I'm, and when you're ending, ma. I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama. And now back to Graham.
Gayatri Mantra. This mantra adores the goddess Gayatri, who is not considered a deity or demigod, but the single supreme personality. A lovely upbeat puja that celebrates our movement into the feminine as goddess energy swells and gains momentum during this transformative time. Search Gayatri Mantra on YouTube to hear the tune. There are several versions. Pick your favorite melody. The translation is, O Supreme One, who is the physical, astral, and causal worlds herself. You are the source of all, deserving all worship. O radiant divine one, we meditate upon you. Propel our intellect towards liberation or freedom. The Mula Mantra. This mantra invokes the living God, asking for protection and freedom from all sorrow and suffering. Search Mula Mantra on YouTube to hear versions of the tune. The translation, Om, we are calling on the highest energy of all there is, Sat, the formless, consciousness, Chit, consciousness of the universe, Ananda, pure love, bliss and joy, Parabrahma, the supreme creator, Puristoma, who has incarnated in human form to help guide mankind, Paramatma, who comes to me in my heart and becomes my inner voice, Sri Bhagavad Gita, the Divine Mother, the power aspect of creation, Samta, together with Sri Bhagavat, the Father of creation, which is unchangeable and permanent, Nama, I thank you and acknowledge this presence in my life. Toning and humming. Keiko is also our experienced sound worker. Here's what she has to say about toning and humming. Our own voice can be a tool that promotes healing and transformation at all levels of our existence. Toning is a great tool for emotional enhancement and clearance. It can be relaxing and uplifting at the same time. Humming can be calming and can take you to a deep, meditative state. When we tone or hum, the vocalization process stimulates our brains, and the sound vibration goes through the whole inside of our bodies even before we hear the sound. When we hear the sound, it further stimulates the brain and vibrates the entire outer body. All this moves us at a molecular levels to bring us back to a natural and balanced state. Sound is also a carrier of information. When we have desired outcome, we can use sound with an intention. It is a powerful way to manifest, and it is easy and effective. Transformation will happen when you recognize its power within and without you. Just as when you tone with over 100 people, although you cannot discern your own voice, you know that you are part of the grand harmony. Toning or humming in a group raises coherency, amplifies energy, and intensifies intentions. When we tone or hum with loving thoughts and appreciation, we can create a powerful vibrational field of love and can thus bring light to the planet. Toning and humming are also ways to communicate in higher vibrational dimensions. In our own dimensions, we can use toning and humming to communicate with our babies, animals, plants, and of course, star beings. How to tone. Usually, elongated vowel sounds are used for toning, such as ah, e, o, oo, etc. Often, the sound ah is used to tone because it is associated with our heart chakras and has a powerful energy. It is also said in Buddhist teachings that ah is the original sound of creation, and by singing ah, we can be one with universal energy. Om, which is the well-known primordial sound of creation in Hindu tradition, is sounded Aum. 1. Relax. 2. Set your intention. 3. Sing with a vowel sound with one full breath. Repeat. You can tone at any pitch, loudness, or quality that you are comfortable and resonate with. However, listen to yourself and others to be harmonious as well. If your vocal cords are stressed, then hum a while to ease the stress. After a minimum of 5 to 10 minutes of toning, be silent to maximize the effect of the toning. How to hum. Humming is the simplest way to produce the most effective self-created sound. It is also said that humming is the sound of creation and it is always within us. So we are always humming, conscious of it or not. So 1, relax and set your intention. 3, close your lips and keep your upper teeth and lower teeth slightly apart. 4, project the sound into the oral cavity, nasal cavity, and the rest of the skull and chest cave. After a minimum of 5 minutes of humming, be silent to maximize the effect of the humming. Other sound stuff. C. The Earth's orbit around the Sun creates a hum so low it cannot be heard by the human ear. According to Bashar, an ET that channels through Daryl Anka, the frequency of this tone is approximately the same as the note C, sharp, on our musical scale. Although the Earth's musical path around the Sun is 33 octaves, lower than middle C on our pianos, you can still benefit from listening to this frequency in the range we can hear. Bashar says that if you immerse yourself in this tone, you will find clarity and things will become more effortless. You will literally begin to C sharp. The Earth will support you as it supports everything in nature. You could play this tone in the background while you are meditating on a CE-5. Several versions of this exist on YouTube. C number solo, and there's links in the document. C number with melodic overtones and binaural beats, and Bashar explains C. Anna Ellen Bradfield. Anna Ellen Bradfield are musicians who collaborated on the Fire Grid project that Samoya Shelley Yates spearheaded. Her story is amazing and involves ET beings. Just search Shelley Yates Vancouver speech on YouTube to hear her story. Sky Scent and Be Still Thy Soul are two beautiful songs that are themed around ET disclosure and the shift that is happening now. I know of one CE-5 group that says that ET really seems to like it when they play that song Sky Scent. Listen to the lyrics and you'll understand why. That's available on iTunes or go to aneal.net, ANAEL.net. And then there's a bunch of fun songs related to UFOs or ETs. Make a playlist for the road trip that gets you to that special remote location. Anil and Bradfield Sky Scent, Babes in Toyland, Calling All Occupants of Interplanetary Craft, Billy Bragg, My Flying Saucer, Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun, Blue Rodeo, Cynthia, The Carpenters, Calling All Occupants of Interplanetary Craft, Creedence Clearwater Revival, It Came Out of the Sky, David Bowie, Starman, Elton John, I've Seen the Saucers, 5-Man Electrical Band, I'm a Stranger Here, Husker Du, Books About UFOs, Jefferson Airplane, Have You Seen the Saucers, Keisha, Spaceship. Keisha saw several UFOs in Joshua Tree in 2017. Klaatu, Calling All Occupants of Interplanetary Craft. That was inspired by World Contact Day. Spiritualized, Ladies and Gentlemen, We Are Floating in Space. Yes, Arriving UFO. Sample CE-5 agendas. Model your few first CE-5s after one of the following agendas until you develop your own unique style. This is our typical CE-5. To prepare, meditate 3 times in the week previous to fieldwork. On the day of contact, sit in a circle and set the group intention. Tone the word Om together 3 times as an opening. Do an eyes closed meditation to connect to one mind consciousness. Orientate everyone to the constellations, planets, and the North Star, etc. Do another meditation, eyes open, watching the sky. Skywatch and trade stories, laugh and eat snacks and get cozy in sleeping bags. And to close, thank everyone and ET. CE-5 for science folks. Sit in a circle and set intentions for the night. Do an orientation of the sky. Review essential elements of contact, one mind connection, a sincere heart, and clear intention. Play a Dr. Greer meditation about coherent thought sequencing. Let an astronomy expert teach about constellations, stars, and planets, etc. Skywatch and teach how to discern what is a verified UFO is or isn't. Review the most legitimate UFO encounters, officially released documents, etc. Discuss interplay between spirituality and science, emotions and logic, heart and mind. Silent Skywatch disconnected from analysis and thinking. Instead, focus on oneness and or love. And then close with thanks and appreciation for each other's participation in this experiment. CE-5 for spiritual folks. Sit in a circle, hold hands, and do an opening prayer. Set an intention for the night. Do a clearing meditation. Have someone lead a oneness meditation. Have some silent skywatching time. Sing a puja together, or have one person sing it. Do a meditation to receive channeled messages sent to the group. Play some singing bowls or the didgeridoo. More skywatching. And upon closing, hold hands, bless and thank the Mother Earth, Father Sky, each other, the Source, and ET, etc. Matt Marabona's CE-5. Go outside. Think about all the times in your life that you have felt love, such as when you fell in love, held a baby, witnessed the passing of a loved one, enjoyed an ice cream on a summer day, had a puppy lick your face, watched a sunset, smile at a stranger, danced to great music, felt the harmony of nature, etc. And look up, knowing ET is out there, and say hi. Josh's KISS CE-5. That's obviously an acronym for Keep It Simple Stupid. Listen to a Dr. Greer meditation, play Pink Floyd, and watch the sky. CE-5 modeled off of a SETI training expedition with Dr. Greer. Before the start, play crop circle tones on speakers. Use a walkie-talkie or radio transmitter to broadcast the tones into space. Do this while setting up and during breaks. General discussion, question and answer period. Do a sky orientation. Use laser pointers to signal to ET the location of the team. The Puja ceremony begins when there is some kind of signal like an anomalous light. Stand for the ceremony. Alternatively, a few words of gratitude that we have found each other and are willing to meet for the purpose of bringing cosmic peace to our planet. Lead into a meditation and then sit silently in meditation for 30 to 45 minutes. Assign one person the sky watcher while the group closes eyes during this meditation. Debrief from meditation and discussion for about an hour while observing any ET events. Have a break for snacks, social conversation, and bio breaks. Do another round of meditation, followed by debriefing and discussion. Close circle by holding hands and generating a feeling of gratitude. Post field work, conviviality with wine, cheese, and crackers. Lisa Royal Holt's CE-5. Do an opening ceremony including sage, welcoming the local spirits and guides of the land. Ask permission for presence on the land using a mantra such as the Gayatri mantra. Lisa does a channeling on the topic of the day's learning. If you do not have a channeler, pick a topic for development and speak to it. At Lisa's events, the beings continue via channeling to lead the group through a contact meditation. If strange phenomena such as weather anomalies occur, work with that to view what is happening beyond human perception that often translates through the environment. Work with a photo of ET to connect with the being's energy. The agenda is fluid and depends on circumstances, conditions, the group, and the messages. CE-5 Aotearoa. That's a CE-5 for new people. Plan an informal meeting to discuss the CE-5 prior to the field trip. If choosing a new location, ask ET for guidance and ask them to confirm it with an obvious sign. Invite anyone who wishes to learn about CE-5 within the agreement of what is required as a team. Practice coherent thought sequencing through the CSETI app prior to the event. At the event, welcome by event facilitator, introductions, sight sky orientation, what to expect, etc. Buddy system, pair new people with experience whenever possible. Individuals share their intention for being at the event. Open with a ceremony calling on all to assist with our transition into peace to join with us. Extend gratitude and give thanks to them and each other. Fill your heart with love by acknowledging all you are grateful for, each other, family, partner, pets, the earth, being able to do a CE-5, etc. CTS opening meditation, then into silent meditation. Group sharing, then a short break and walk over site for those who wish to do so. Experienced people supporting those new to CE-5. Meditations and discussion sharing for the rest of the evening, going with what naturally occurs. And then close with a gratitude ceremony, thanks, prayers, music, etc. CE-5 Aotearoa. CE-5 for experienced teams. So plan an event for 3 or 4 nights. More time often allows for deeper experiences. Do daily coherent thought sequencing meditations for this site at least 2 weeks prior. Set the intention to connect further with specific beings that contact has been established with. Communicate clearly in CTS that you would like the relationship to be mutual beneficial. Get to know each other and bond as it helps form a coherent plan. The closer we are, the closer they are. Picture each other's faces, including non-humans, when doing CTS and focus on working as one. Create an email list for those attending the event and encourage communication. Write down any dreams, out-of-body experiences, remote viewing, numeric sequences, or other experiences that might be related to the event and share with everyone on the email list. Eat light foods, preferably vegetarian, a week before and during the event. Start with an opening prayer toning and then the group sharing. Progress with a resonant energy meditation or similar to align the energy centers of everyone in the team. Anchor this to the earth and then extend out and within to all parameters. Hold the energetic space of love, joy, gratitude, and peace with the team center. Hold the intention for beings to merge with the team. Go through the bioelectromagnetic communication process, then into silent meditation, then into speak what you see sessions, or when the team is in a shared state of RV, that's remote viewing, ideally, and can then therefore access parts of the same information. Ask for confirmation through technology present, i.e. tri-field meters, etc., and or shared collective experiences, images, feelings, unusual sensations, attraction to certain areas on the site, etc. And if there are meter responses to information progress to a Q&A session, clarify who you were in contact with. Can you please confirm we are in contact with an ET being, etc. Asking the being types to confirm, ET, celestial, spirit, etc. If using a meter, Ask questions with a yes or no answer. No can often be silence. However, make sure you clarify what yes is. If there are shared images or feelings, etc., stay focused on them and develop them further, energetically asking for more information and understanding. Ask beings present to merge with the team. Go with the flow. Focus on energy flow and informational downloads. If an energetic lock-on occurs, usually measured with a tri-field meter, the team can hold hands and put their feet on the ground so the energy is distributed and anchored. Distributing the energy freely among CE-5 teams all over the world simply by having the intention to do so. Keep the intensity of these downloads light by holding the feeling of joy and anchoring it to the earth. Smile. Allow information to become known. Meditations and discussions and sharing for the rest of the evening, going with what naturally occurs. Encourage the team to be freely sharing everything that is experienced. Close with a gratitude ceremony for all those who attended. Robert Bingham's instructions for how to summon UFOs. Start with an open heart and an open mind. Have a good intention. Concentrate on a spot in the sky. Telepathically say, "Please come. Thank you." Observe the sky. CE-5 activities during a Costa ET Let's Talk retreat. Do an opening meditation connecting the group to each other, to the global CE-5 community, and to the universal one. Do an energy clearing meditation so that only positive energies comprise the field group. Orient and teach about constellations, stars, and planets in the night sky. Teach proper identification of ET versus man-made craft and natural sky and ground phenomena. Teach proper protocol for sightings involving sky locations and use of pointing devices, etc. Conduct skywatch and meditate. For skywatches, alternate between silent skywatch and skywatch where talk is allowed. Share significant stories of ET contact at appropriate times throughout the night. Break for bio needs, snacks, and socializing. And then do more meditation alternating with skywatch. Close out the field work by holding hands and thanking everyone there, including ET. James Gilliland's ET contact. James does not run an agenda. The skywatch that happens at the ESETI Ranch is casual and fun. As James says, it's the land. They're just here. James's main tip to increase sightings: to make contact, get your shit together. That means working on healing your shame, your wounds, your criticism, selfishness, attachment, greed, ego, etc. At the ranch, the main theme is joy. Cultivate your bliss hits. Welcome laughter and love and put your eyes to the skies. Alien Protocol's Advanced Protocol. Set aside 1 or 2 weeks of preparatory time where you do not eat meat or eggs, do not partake in drugs or alcohol, medicine and ceremonial wine is okay. Sit down for 2 30-minute meditations a day connecting to oneness in the universe, understanding your full nature, showing your exact location, and visualizing a specific request of the encounter you wish to have. Have 2 ritual showers for 5 days to remove bad energy and raise vibrations. Face your fears 3 times by meditating in a dark or creepy place. Confront your fear with love. Increase theta brainwaves with chocolate, mugwort tea, strategy word games, and listening to binaural beats. Field work is done over at least 2 days at a safe and private location. Cleanse the location with sage or sacred tobacco burn. As a group, meditate 3 times during the day and include Tai Chi or solar salutations and toning humming. At night, do meditations, vocal exercises, play harmonic sounds, and connect to all. Include pen and paper for people to write requests, affirmations, prayers, feelings, remote viewing impressions. And there are more protocols. The Alien Protocols group says if you've gotten this far, they'll figure out the rest. Wink, wink. Sixto Paswell's advice. While we don't know how a Rama contact event generally goes, we do have instructions from Sixto describing what he believes is one of the most important abilities to develop when contacting ETs. See channeling as a group in the meditation section. Troubleshooting. Not up to speed. If you are, for the most part, depressed, anxious, resentful, cynical, skeptical in a hostile way, moderate skepticism is a good thing, angry, entitled, mean, pessimistic, etc., yes, you will still have consistent sightings one day. For now, you may have some work to do. Find a good counselor or psychic, or find some self-help books, videos, or resources. Accept that you are responsible for your life and that you create your own reality and future, even if you have been dealt a crappy hand. Yes, life can sometimes suck. You could blame everyone else, and you may be justified, but where will that get you? Mobilize yourself and get in a better gear. Make peace with yourself and where you are. Fears. Our biggest collective fear about contact with ET may not be about abductions or Hollywood's portrayal of alien attacks. It may be the subconscious fear of losing our ego as we accelerate our vibration high enough to communicate with ET. See Lisa Royal Holt's book, Prepare for Contact. If you give credence to channeled sources, you can rest easy, since many major sources state that you will not lose your individuality as you ascend, even when you ultimately reunify with Source. Seth, Billy Fingers, the Hathors. Regardless of what you think your fears are, the more you do CE-5 and the more you relax and put your focus on what you want and not focus on your fears, these fears will diminish with time and you will get the experiences that you want. And now, a very common CE-5 discussion. Do negative ETs exist? There is some debate about this in the CE-5 world. This document is not meant to give you answers. It is meant to put you in the direction of your own exploration and discernment. Some think that any ET with capability and technology to cross time and space is also inherently spiritually advanced. Some think that service to self races are or were here and have caused trouble. Getting over differences in opinion is a big step in your evolutionary process. As you decide what it is that you believe, take care not to step on anyone else's beliefs. People come to their own conclusions for justified reasons. Each person is unique with their own personalities, histories, triggers, fears, desires, previous belief systems, and realities. Yes, you're probably right. And if you are indeed right, and you want to flaunt that badge of spiritual integrity beside your I am right button, you must relax and allow others to operate from their own reality. Wait a second, was that a spiritual ego trap? Ultimate reality doesn't have much to do with solid, immutable facts. Each person is their own universe, and their own essence of their lives lies more in their perspective and attitude than their words or material creations. To recap simply, if you think someone else is wrong for being wrong, you're wrong. Dang. Regardless of whether you think negative ETs exist, we can assure you that CE-5 is a safe place to be. We have not heard of a single negative experience with an ET that has resulted from a CE-5. We is a large number. Dozens of people have contributed to this handbook, with decades of combined experience in a network of thousands. If it happened, we would have heard about it. CE-5 people love to talk. Certainly, there have been stories told by CE-5 folks having had negative experiences with other CE-5 people. Back to the topic. We believe that it is the loving heart space that must be cultivated to enter into this work that excludes negative ETs, if they exist. Okay, so let's just be clear here. Is there any chance that I'm going to be abducted? Not if you are using any type of CE-5 protocol. Outside of CE-5, you have less to worry about now than in previous years. Abduction reports have declined. Let's take a side trip and quickly go over what abductions might be, since it's a popular area of concern. Some believe that ETs participating in abductions were benevolent scientists doing work with our DNA to protect our lineage, and the process was not meant to scare us. They think that those of us who would have gone through an abduction and were able to retain memories remember the event much like a child would remember having a medical procedure done that was against his or her will, but beneficial in the long run. Others believe that abductions were an uncompassionate project where human DNA was harvested for the hybridization of an alien species or for other self-serving purposes. Regardless of which camp you are in, it's now thought by most everyone that any abductions that are happening in this day and age are military-industrial complex theater, meant to scare the public and vilify all ETs. But, even in this case, when was the last time you heard about an abduction? Maybe the military's budget to freak us out is shrinking. Whatever they were, the heyday of abductions is over. So I don't need to be worried? I'm still worried. Convince me. Well, maybe you should be a little cautious about negative entities. Did you just say negative entities? WTF? Don't alarm yourself. What is a negative entity? In this subset of life exists, a negative entity could include ghosts, spirits, interdimensionals, negative thought forms, a bad vibe, etc. That may sound scary, but if you're a good person and you generally feel well much of the time, you're covered. I explored this topic with a trusted channeler. Her guide said that these days negative entities are for the most part relatively harmless because humanity has moved up the vibratory scale. In days long past, demonic possessions and disturbing effects from negative entities were more common. Negative entities are drawn to us because we are a powerful physical force that can balance them and help them move out of their helpless inertia. They are parasitic more than anything else and draw on our energy. She said they are plentiful, and to remember that our surroundings are also brimming with positive entities too. If you are vibrating high, you won't even notice these nuisances. If you would like to knock a few attached entities off you, sage or sweetgrass is in every effective because of the smoke's dense neutralizing properties, or do a clearing like the one James Gilliland has provided in the meditation section. Be sure to understand the subtle difference between the semantics of protecting yourself versus healing and clearing. One positions you as a victim, the other positions you as a victor. Negative entities are only as powerful as you let them be. How do you know if you have attracted one of these frivolous irritants? You can tell by the way you feel and by your behavior. Even if you don't believe in negative entities, if you're being a jerk and you feel like crap or you feel sad, scared, or tired, you should maybe do something about that. I'm stuck on the negative ET thing. No problem. We have many in our group that believe that negative ETs exist, so we have thoroughly explored this area of concern. Let's soothe you with these theories. Some origin stories and channeling suggest that the process of disclosure is one of the ways that planets evolve. You may be a part of a spiritual crew that goes from dark planet to dark planet, uplifting those that live under tyranny by helping them make contact with other civilizations from outer space. CE-5 and disclosure may be a sacred process of planetary upliftment that is universal backing and cannot be toyed with by malicious beings. In accordance with the CE-5 as sacred theory, it is very likely that a galactic federation made up of representatives from highly advanced civilizations cooperates to restrict ET races with a hostile agenda when they break universal law. All of us are entitled to free will, including participating in life as perpetrators and victims. However, many believe that the corruption on this planet has gone much too far. Earth needs help. So when service to self beings cross the line, legions of service to others beings bring assistance. Supporting these theories, and in alignment with the reduction of reported abductions, several channelings say that negative ETs that do exist out there have been evicted and excommunicated from Earth since sometime in the 1990s. Let's forget theories and look at this from a law of attraction standpoint. People who are drawn to making contact are already vibrating at a high level, and contact with beings of a lower vibration is simply not a match. Think about it. Anyone willing to look like a wingnut and try CE-5 demonstrates a first-class level of fearlessness. Lastly, in a group of people, the level of contact is generally limited to the lowest common denominator. For example, if one person is ready to make direct face-to-face contact, but the rest of the group is not, then it doesn't happen. Think about this in reverse. If one person is of much lower vibration than a bunch of happy people, the power of the happy people equalizes things and excludes the possibility of interacting with a badass ET or negative entity. Ultimately, you must make a decision about what your reality will be. Life is a tremendous buffet of contrasts for good reason, for you to be able to choose. Accept that negativity of all kinds is a part of life that we learn so we can create the reality we want. This is your show. Take care of yourself and your own growth. Do a clearing if you feel unwell, and hang out with positive, happy, kind people. Above all, trust your senses. Feel out the vibe of every situation that comes your way. You'll know whether to turn from it or run towards it. You got this. I'm still fearful. Don't force it. See Not Up to Speed, the first segment of this section. Tip: if you give credence to channelings, use your discernment to ensure that you are getting good information. Some channelings are vulnerable to bad interference or are simply not clearly received. A sighting in 6 outings. We believe that if you focus on the 3 key ingredients: 1, connection to one mind consciousness; 2, a sincere heart; 3, clear intention, you'll have a sighting within 6 outings. If you can get out with a few other people, all the better. Try some of the suggestions in the book. You don't need any laser pointers or radar scanners, just you out under the stars. When you do get your sightings, do share what you saw, internal experiences, what your process was. Jump on ET Let's Talk or a Facebook group and dish it. There's a bunch of links here: ET Let's Talk, the CE-5 Initiative, CE-5 UFO Serious, ETLet'sTalk.com, CE-5 Universal Global Mission, CE-5 Initiative Working Groups Global. If you followed the instructions in this handbook and you did not get a sighting in 6 outings, give us an email. Let's figure out what your resistance is. CalgaryCE5@gmail.com. As James Gilliland says, contact stars from within. We hope this handbook inspires you to take action and expand your inner self.
That excellent narration you heard, that we are also appreciative for, is done by Graham of the Grimerica Show. The Grimerica Show is self-described as a loose cannon podcast featuring casual conversations with whomever we deem interesting, often on the fringe, like Coast to Coast, but on demand. The podcast features guests from fields ranging from UFOs to conspiracies to psychedelics, meditation, consciousness, spirituality, paranormal, folklore, and more. Plus, they have very funny banter at the beginning of each interview, and I love the jingles most of all, so go and check that out. The link is in the description. If you want to watch part 3 of a CE-5 audio handbook, then of course the link is in the description and will also be on the screen partway through me talking through this end card here. You can get a hard copy of the book at www.ace5handbook.com, and you can also download the free PDF. Please do like, subscribe, comment, and let any video play in a window, muted if need be, when you believe in the cause, because that affects YouTube's algorithms and puts the truth in front of others. And if you're interested in learning more about human-initiated contact, then you can head over to the etcontacthub.com, where you will find a variety of different methods and techniques, as well as different voices from all over the world.